kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Kayang mag-ibig, telas ng sinakalan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tuyag ka ng magiting, sa manlulupin, di ka pasisigil, sa nagagang tutok sa simoy at sa langit mong pagaw, ay hinatang tulad, awit sa pagkayang minamahal. Ang isang ng matawad mo'y tagumpay na nag-iindig, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may di magdidinig. Luman ang araw ng walhagit pagsinta, buhay langit sa piling mo. Ang inigaya na pagkay mga api, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Let's bow our heads and place ourselves in the holy presence of our Lord. Heavenly Father, we thank you for gathering all of us today in this important event. May you bestow us your guidance and blessings so that we can enjoy and appreciate its significance in our lives. Bless everyone present here today, that each of us may be able to share what we have for your glory and honor. Always grant us good health and safety, and peace and goodwill to all men. May all the various health research activities of the Council and all our implementing agencies be a success through your interventions. We ask all of these in your name. Amen.
We would also like to give a warm welcome to our on-site participants. Joining us are our DOST Undersecretary for Research and Development, Dr. Rowena Cristina Guevara, our Undersecretary for Regional Operations, Engineer Sancho Maborang, and of course, our DOST North Luzon Cluster Regional Directors, Director Armando Ganal of Region 1, Director Virginia Bilguera of Region 2, Director Julio Cesar Sicat of Region 3, and Dr. Nancy Bantog of Cordillera Regional Administration. Let us also welcome our participants from various local companies, local government units, academic institutions, and national government agencies in regions. We are also very glad to welcome our virtual participants via Zoom and Facebook Live. We would really appreciate to feel your virtual presence by typing in your affiliation and greetings on the Zoom chat box and Facebook comment section. Maraming salamat po for taking the time to join us in this momentous event. I am Elizabeth Portia from DOST CAR, and I am deeply honored to be your host for today. To formally start the S4CP Summit North Luzon Cluster, let us welcome the DOST Undersecretary for R&D, Dr. Rowena Cristina Guevara, Undersecretary for Regional Operations, Engineer Sancho Maborang, NRCP Executive Director Marieta Sumagaysay, and the Regional Directors RD Nancy Bantog, RD Armando Ganal, RD Virginia Bilguera, and RD Julius Cesar Sicat to lead the ceremonial opening. Please join us here on stage. To recall, the ceremonial opening of the Science for Change Summit Series was held at the Visayas region, successfully igniting the torch during the S4CP Summit Visayas Cluster. Now, here in North Luzon, that light will be passed on as we continue to keep the momentum of this event.
And with that, we officially commence the Science for Change Program Summit. A round of applause, please.
Flame represents energy, vitality, and eternity. It is thought that as long as the flame burns, life will continue to exist in the world indefinitely. Similarly, the Science for Change program spreads positive changes by delivering research and development to the Filipino people nationwide. Now may we request the DOST officials on stage to please light up your torch from the Science for Change flame. And with that, we officially open the Science for Change Program Summit North Luzon Cluster. A round of applause, please. May we ask the officials to remain standing for a short photo op. And now, to formally welcome everyone to today's event, let's hear from our DOST Undersecretary for Regional Operations, Engineer Sancho A. Maborang.
Okay. Okay na. To our DOST Secretary, Professor Fortunato T. de la Peña, Undersecretary for Research and Development, Dr. Rowena Cristina L. Guevara, DOST Region 1 Regional Director, Armando Q. Ganal, DOST 2 Regional Director, Ms. Virginia G. Bilguera, DOST 3 Regional Director, Dr. Julius Cesar Bisicat, DOST CAR Regional Director, Dr. Nancy A. Bantog, Executive Director, Mayet Sumagaysay, Mamayet of NRCP, Cradle Implementing Agencies, Cradle Industry Partners, BIS beneficiaries, R&D leaders, S&T fellows, officials and staff from our national and regional partner agencies, the regional development councils, cooperatives, private firms and business organizations, guests, our event organizers, and to the DOST officials and staff joining the event physically and virtually, a pleasant morning to you all. It is with great pleasure that I welcome you all to the Science for Change Program Summit in the Northern Luzon. The Science for Change program of the Department of Science and Technology has the sole purpose of accelerating countryside development through government, academe, industry collaboration, and by bringing science, technology, and innovation closer to every Filipino. Starting with the component programs, NICER are the lead, Cradle and BIS. We push forth the building of the RD capabilities of the SUCs, HEIs, RDIs, some of which are here today, and the enhancement of the innovation capabilities and competitiveness of our MSMEs and other private partners through quality research and development. Allow me to take this opportunity to acknowledge the efforts and policies implemented in the countryside, particularly our thriving NICER participants in Northern Luzon, namely Isabela State University for freshwater fisheries, garlic R&D from the Mariano Marcos State University, and the University of the Cordilleras for their bondok research. We also have our NICER from NICER of Region 3. Anong hawlik yung NICER? Tamarind R&D Center. All of which assisted in the nationwide rollout of programs. Throughout these years, our DOST regional offices and the clustered provincial science and technology centers, together with the program management office and the councils, bannered the S4CP in their respective areas, emanating the goal of science for change for people on the ground. In the midst of the pandemic, fora, symposia, virtual pressers and conferences were conducted to showcase the accomplishments of the program in its 5 years of implementation and how these are being translated to benefit our stakeholders. With these programs in effect, knowledge and technologies are made accessible for adoption, originating with immediate beneficiaries and project partners, and later on to everyone across the country. In this summit, we will be presenting the consolidated innovations and accomplishments of the S4CP component programs, mainly the NICER, RD Lead, Cradle, and BIS, produce positive engagements, and we'd like to highlight the prominent contributions among our partner SUCs, HEIs, RDIs, and industry sector players. And this endeavor shall act as an avenue for us to recognize their notable accomplishments. Our combined actions have set the foundation for the Science for Change program. May we now sustain its traction and encourage more R&D participation from the various sectors, essentially more from the private sector. I invite you to use R&D as a tool to develop your capabilities and competencies. With more RDIs, SUCs, and HEIs, and private firms engaged in research, we envision more society-centric solutions and demand-driven technology development initiatives by bringing SMT to the ground, demonstrating that science for change is truly science for the people. I hope for a fruitful undertaking of the summit, and I am grateful for your unwavering support of the Science for Change program. Again, a pleasant morning to you all, and thank you.
Thank you, Yusek Maborang, for giving us an overview of the role of the S4C program and its impact on our regions. The Office of the Undersecretary for Research and Development leads and supervises the national direction of research and development in policies, procedures, and management. To present how Science for Change makes science for the people a reality, let us all welcome Undersecretary Rowena Cristina L. Guevara. Good morning po, Yusek Gev.
Secretary Fortunato T. de la Peña, Undersecretary Sancho A. Maborang, Regional Directors. Let me start with our host today, Dr. Nancy Bantog. I would also like to greet our other regional directors, Regional Director Armand Ganal for Region 1, Regional Director Virginia Bilguera from Region 2, Regional Director JC Sikat from Region 3, the Executive Director of the National Research Council of the Philippines, Dr. Mayet Sumagaysay. I've greeted some of the presidents, vice presidents, and officials of our partner universities this morning. I also would like to make special greetings to our local government units and our national government agencies in their regions. And of course, friends from the media, participants, ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant day to all of you. Magandang agham po sa ating lahat. Today is the second of a series of Science for Change program summits that we are conducting, not only to showcase what we have done in the past 4.5 years, but more to thank our partners. And thank you very much, everyone, for being here with us today. The Philippines has long experienced regional disparity in access to resources that would fuel innovation and socioeconomic development and growth. The regional disparity in access to resources is also seen in financing innovation because most research and development, or R&D funding, is concentrated in the National Capital Region and its neighboring regions. In 2016, 75 to 80% of the R&D activities in the country were conducted in NCR, Calabarzon, and Central Luzon. Moreover, out of 2,000 higher education institutions, only 85 had partnerships with publicly funded R&D. 85 out of 2,000. Very poor. In addition, we have low R&D spending among industries. Nakakatakot po kasing mag-invest sa R&D. Very risky. Pwedeng positive, pwedeng negative. So only a few companies perform R&D. And of course, there is low rate of technology adoption from the outputs of local research. Alam niyo naman yung ating mentality na, ay, gawa lang yan sa Pilipinas. Walang masyadong trust. We have more scholar graduates in MS and PhD in science and engineering. And just to give you some numbers, in 2007, DOST scholarships produced 17 graduates ng MS. In the last 5 years, I'm very happy to report, we have been producing 400 to 500 MS and PhDs per year. Kaya naman po, dun po sa 2016 to 2022 Philippine Development Plan, nakalagay po doon, ang pangako ng DOST, we will increase the number of researchers per million Filipinos to 300 by 2022. I'm very happy to report to you na noong 2018 po, 356 na ang ating researchers per million population. Medyo nalilito po yung aking mga slides. Okay, thank you very much. However, these 400 to 500 MS and PhD graduates need to be absorbed by industry to do real R&D. Otherwise, aalis po ng bansa yung mga iyan. Kaya kayo pong mga kasamahan namin today, dito po on-site, pati online, kailangan po gawan natin ng paraan na itong 400 to 500 MS and PhDs natin ay magstay sa ating bansa. And the Science for Change is one of those, to address the concern in regional disparity and to advance science, technology, and innovation in the country. The DOST embarked in the Science for Change program through its sub-programs. First, the niche centers in the regions for R&D, or NICER, the collaborative R&D to leverage the Philippine economy, or CRADLE, the business innovation through science and technology for industry, or BIST, and the R&D leadership, or RD Lead. To present the latest updates from the Science for Change program, please let us watch this short video.
Even before the pandemic, the Philippines, like other developing nations, competed in the innovation race. Success is synonymous to the new and most innovative product, process, or service. For years, the country struggled with inadequate infrastructure for innovation and limited means to support innovators and scientists, unequal access to support regional innovation projects. Most companies are not capacitated to create breakthrough products or services. Few partnerships between private companies and universities who can solve industry problems through R&D. Also, few R&D outputs from the academe are used by private companies. Did you know that in 2021, the Philippines ranked second place in the worldwide list of innovation overperformers? The Philippines improved its ranking from the 100th spot in 2014, shooting up to 50th place in 2020 and 51st place in 2021 in the Global Innovation Index. Our capacity and knowledge to strategize and use our resources are exemplary, so much so that our innovation capacity is recognized worldwide. The DOST Science for Change program, or S4CP, is one of the prime movers of R&D in the country. It eradicates the roadblocks to innovation and creates a sustainable system of innovation through equitable access to R&D funding in the regions. By building niche centers in the regions for R&D, or NICERs, with science experts set to support regional development. By supporting agriculture and aquaculture, like the Seaweed R&D Center in Tawi-Tawi, wherein the NICER program created a significant increase in the target indicators as compared here before and after the establishment of the NICER for seaweeds. And the Sea Cucumber NICER in Mindanao State University, Naawan, which provided a significant increase in the yield and income of the beneficiaries. NICERs also support industries, such as batteries and polymers. The Science for Change program also benefits indigenous community, like the freshwater fisheries NICER at the Isabela State University.
Through the existence of the freshwater fishery centers, I am now more confident on venturing aquaculture business.
And the Beast Project with Urbanists. By planting in their own backyards, indigenous peoples and farmers alike do not need to enter forested protected areas to harvest medicinal plants in the future. S4CP enables fruitful partnerships with the academe and the industry by solving problems through research and development, by turning what was once waste to profit, like the Cradle project on reprocessed meat or lechon and the development of sausage generated from okara. The Cradle program turns income loss to income gain, like the UP Diliman project with Batangas Egg Producers Multipurpose Cooperative or BEPCO, which turned cracked undervalued eggs into innovative, profitable products like egg powders. S4CP also turns companies better and more environment-friendly. S4CP has the ability to transform, change the things for the better, even in the remotest part of the country. The Science for Change program is science for the people. R&D can make change happen in the country and in the world. Support the Science for Change program.
Towards socio-economic growth and regional development. Briefly, let us see how Science for Change program has transformed North Luzon. Through the effort of the academe, the private sector, and S&T experts, and regional agencies in North Luzon, we are proud to inform you that we have 11 R&D centers leading research and development on crops, fisheries, industry, engineering, and health, with a total approved grant of 450 million. 20% po ito ng total NICER budget, nasa North Luzon. We have also awarded grants of 37.9 million to 9 academic industry collaborations through the partnerships of 6 higher education institutions and 10 industry partners doing R&D. The DOST has provided a total of 6.24 million to 12 R&D leadership engagements with 12 host institutions. This effort has led to enhanced capacity of HEIs in doing and leading research and development in North Luzon, reaching even the country's topmost part, the Batanes Islands. Notably, the NICER on Tamarind R&D Center, hosted by Pampanga State Agricultural University, has improved the quality and production of sour and sweet tamarind, thereby reducing the harvest cost by at least 50%. Furthermore, PSAU increased the production area in Central Luzon by at least 70 hectares and has trained 73 farmers on management and marketing strategies. With these, the center will bring about the potential of sour and sweet tamarind to become a priority commodity, not just in the country, and perhaps for exporting too. In Cradle, Isabela State University collaborated with the Bugkalot Coffee Growers Multipurpose Cooperative in developing the low-temperature dryer. This is expected to improve the existing coffee drying system based mainly on fuel wood. It will enhance the quality of dried green coffee beans, leading to significant increase of the price from 300 pesos per kilo to 1,000 pesos per kilo. It is noteworthy to mention that collaborative R&D can reach and help the indigenous peoples, coffee growers community, even in the mountains of Nueva Vizcaya. Truly, academe-industry partnership is not bound by geographic location. The RD lead engagement of Dr. Ronald Del Castillo from UP Manila with the St. Louis University paved the way to crafting the university's research program proposal on mental health in the Cordillera region. This is very important, especially in light of the COVID-19. As of this date, ito yung aking request sa inyo. Wala pa po tayong BIST project sa North Luzon. I am encouraging all local companies from CAR, Regions 1, 2, and 3 to avail of the financial assistance from the BIS program so that micro, small, and medium enterprises in these regions will be able to undertake R&D to improve their productivity and become more competitive. For the DOST regional offices in this cluster, may this serve as a challenge to strengthen the stakeholders' engagement. Okay ba? Thank you very much. It is worth noting that the Science for Change program shares its success with other banner programs of DOST, the Balik Scientist program and the S&T Fellows program. Yung S&T Fellows program namin, parang yun yung local Balik Scientist, kasama nung RD Lead. These banner programs will continue to attract Filipino scientists around the globe, advocate making positive changes for the nation, and ensuring that the journey of an idea can reach its meaningful reality for the Filipinos. With these investments in R&D, we foresee that North Luzon will realize an aggressive advancement in smart cities, sustainable agriculture and fishing, disaster risk reduction and management, create new industries, particularly on e-vehicle, which will be evident in collaborative partnerships, S&T-based socio-economic policies, S&T products developed, people trained in S&T, and so much more. To keep this momentum going, we are working to have the Science for Change program bill approved into a law. As you know, last July, the House of Representatives already approved the Science for Change program bill. However, it has not yet been discussed in the Senate. The Science for Change program bill is intended to support the initiatives that I have shown you and the advocacy for doing science for the people. To that end, I would like to enjoin all of you to help us in continuing our advocacy for the approval of the Science for Change program bill. We at the DOST are sincerely grateful to everyone who made Science for Change Summit in North Luzon cluster successful and meaningful. I would like to show appreciation to the team behind this. May I request the Science for Change program team to please stand up? Ang leader po namin ay si Miss Anya Roslyn. Raise your hand. Yan po si Anya. Thank you very much. And of course, our host, may I request our 4 regions led by CAR to please stand up. And thank you for hosting us. We appreciate your extensive efforts in addressing the needs of your region and making science, technology, and innovation transform North Luzon through cooperation and sustainable development. Let us all continue doing R&D because we believe that R&D will continue making positive change happen. Maraming salamat at muli, magandang agahan po sa ating lahat.
Thank you, Yusek Gev, for delivering Science for Change to the country. The program grew and flourished through your guidance and support, most especially here in the Northern Luzon. We have felt the impact of NICER, Cradle, BIST, and Ardelead in our local companies, communities, universities, and in our region. So before we move forward, we are happy to announce, or we are happy to tell everybody that we have 449 Zoom participants and 75 viewers. So to make this, or to continue this event, may we ask or encourage everyone to please click the share button of our live stream sa Facebook, especially sa ating mga Facebook viewers. Okay? And now, to give the keynote message, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the DOST Secretary, Fortunato T. De La Peña.
Undersecretary Rowena Cristina Guevara, to Undersecretary Sancho Maborang, to DOST CAR Director Nancy Bantug, to DOST Region 1 Director Armand Ganal, to DOST Region 2 Director Virginia Bilguera, and to DOST Region 3 Director JC Sikat, to the executive directors of our DOST councils and the representatives, to presidents of SUCs, to our researchers and members of the academe, partners from the business community, representatives from the line agencies and regional offices, my colleagues from DOST, friends from media, a pleasant day to all of you. It is with great pride that I welcome everyone in today's event, the Science for Change Program Summit, or S4CP Summit, with the theme, Science for Change is Science for the People. We will showcase the highlights and accomplishments of its 4 sub-programs, namely the niche centers in the regions for R&D program, or NICER, the collaborative R&D to leverage the Philippine Economy Program, or CRADLE, the Business Innovation through Science and Technology for Industry Program, or BIST, and the R&D Leadership Program, or RD LEAD. The summit will feature the positive changes brought about by the Science for Change funded projects in terms of regional development and industrial competitiveness from the lens of the researchers, beneficiaries, and stakeholders. With the Science for Change program, I believe positive change has indeed happened. For the past 6 years, the Department of Science and Technology, or DOST, endeavored to significantly accelerate science, technology, and innovation in the country through massive increase in investment in the science and technology human resource development and research and development programs. The country's latest performance in the Global Innovation Index, or GII, demonstrates its continuous commitment to innovation. From 100th place in 2014, we now rank 51st in 2021. Our GII ranking has also been reconfirmed in the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development 2021 report. This is UNCTAD, stating that the Philippines is second place in the list of countries. The first place went to India, from around the world, which performed beyond their expected capacity based on their per capita GDP. Simply stated, R&D in the Philippines is performing beyond expectations, even by international standards. Filipinos are efficient innovators. In 2016, NCR Regions 3 and 4A received over 75% of the R&D funds of the DOST, and the rest of the funds were shared by the other 14 regions. Likewise, the bulk of R&D spending in the Philippines came from the public sector with 53% of total expenditures. The country also had a long time limited science, technology, and innovation infrastructure, such as laboratories, testing facilities, and R&D centers. Those that exist mostly needed upgrading. To add to that, there are only a few industry academic collaborations for R&D. In 2017, the DOST initiated the Science for Change program, or S4CP, to accelerate science, technology, and innovation in the country. Part of the major strategies of the S4CP is focused on the accelerated R&D program for capacity building of R&D institutions and industrial competitiveness through its sub-programs, namely, number 1, niche centers in the regions for R&D or NICER, that provides grants for universities to undertake research that promotes regional development. The NICERs are collaborative projects between universities and the Regional Development Council or RDC that endorses the project to ensure its socio-economic contribution to regional development. Currently, we have 42 NICERs across 17 regions with a total approved funding of 2.9 billion pesos. Number two, the R&D Leadership Program or RD Lead. The DOST made sure that academe, R&D institutions or RDIs, and the other government agencies outside the National Capital Region, Central Luzon and Calabarzon, are equally capacitated by sending them an R&D veteran who can guide them in bringing out the potential or latent talents of our universities, researchers, and research personnel. The range of assistance includes establishment of new centers or upgrading of existing research centers, training of local researchers, faculty, and students, and provision of policy recommendations. This is the local version of the Balik Scientist Program. To date, there are a total of 66 RD leaders engaged in 17 regions across the country with 62 host institutions involved in R&D. The NICER and the R&D lead programs, the NICER and the RD lead programs were designed to address the disparity in R&D funding across regions and the retention of science and technology human resources. Number three is the collaborative R&D to leverage the economy or CRADLE for academe, research development institutions, and industry. The CRADLE program is designed to provide industries with the appropriate R&D to solve their problems or to come up with innovations. The academe or RDI funded by DOST will do research for industries. In return, industries contribute 20% of the total R&D expenditures in cash or in kind and promise also to adopt the technology. To date, the CRADLE sub-program has funded 86 projects across 10 regions with a total grant of 388.6 million pesos. The grant has been awarded to 36 institutions, both higher education institutions and research and development institutes, and 87 partner companies. Collaboration between universities and private companies help address the gap for the low number of S&T-driven MSMEs in the country. The fourth is business innovation through S&T or the BIST for industry. Most of the R&D spending in the Philippines comes from the public sector, with 60% of total expenditures. R&D is a risky activity, and most private industries shy away from investing in it. With the BIST program, private companies are encouraged to invest in R&D. The program was designed for the government to share this risk by shouldering 70% of the cost of R&D equipment with repayment at zero interest. Currently, there are a total of 4 BIST projects with a total approved funding of 43.3 million pesos. The BIST program helps catalyze R&D in the private sector to be globally competitive. To enhance the support of the DOST to accelerate R&D and to reach the critical mass of S&T experts in the country, 2 more flagship programs of the department, the Balik Scientist Program and the S&T Fellows Program, are also in full swing in strengthening R&D and S&T services through human resources development. Changing the landscape of the number of researchers, scientists, and engineers per million population has been a concern. From July 2016 to date, there are 222 balik scientist engagements that capacitated academe and local enterprises through knowledge sharing and to hasten the flow of new technologies in the countries by providing incentives to Filipino scientists and engineers abroad to return to the Philippines. Then, the newly minted Science and Technology Fellows Program seeks to hire fellows, at this time 68 fellows, to boost the R&D capacity of the Department of Science and Technology. These Science and Technology Fellows will participate in the conceptualization, policy and funding, development, and monitoring and evaluation of various R&D programs and projects that boost the socio-economic development of the country. These programs have changed the mindsets of academe, industry, government, and even our lawmakers. They have changed the landscape of R&D in the country towards equitable, science-based decision-making and development. With these programs, particularly the Science for Change program, there will be more national centers of excellence in R&D, which are a par with international institutions. There will be a continuing increase in technology-based and value-adding business investments, both foreign and domestic, due to a conducive science, technology, and innovation-supported economic environment. The Philippines will be more self-reliant because of more capable and more confident technology stakeholders. Most importantly, there is reduced inequality among regions, among provinces, cities, and towns, among sectors in an economy in terms of S&T capability and resources. Our goal of inclusivity, productivity, and sustainability through science and technology and R&D is closer to reality with the best efforts that we have exerted. The House of Representatives already passed the Science for Change bill last year. It is my fervent wish that the Science for Change bill will be passed this year with the help of our senators. In closing, it is my ardent hope that we continue to support these programs and sustain the momentum in creating positive change in our country through science, technology, and innovation. Thank you and have a good day.
Thank you, Secretary De La Peña, for sharing DOST's commitment in doing science for the people towards the achievement of the national socio-economic goals. To inform everybody, we have reached the expected 150 participants here on site. With that, we will now proceed to the series of presentations from our Science for Change projects, both from the project leader and its beneficiary. The NICER sub-program capacitates regional institutions and transforms them to become innovation centers that ensure notable socio-economic impact in the region. For the first part, we will hear from 3 NICERs in the North Luzon cluster in the field of freshwater fisheries, garlic and other agri-condiments, and potato. Please let us welcome the first presentation from Isabela State University, followed by its beneficiary, Mr. Melchor M. Domingo, a farm owner of D. Roma Integrated Farm.
On behalf of competent faculty researchers, dedicated research staff, and active students, welcome to Freshwater Fisheries Center.
Hello everyone. I am Sagani P. Angeles Jr., the program leader and the director of Freshwater Fisheries Center. The Freshwater Fisheries Center involves capacity building to meet the R&D needs for development and management of the indigenous fisheries resources of the Cagayan Valley region, with emphasis on high-valued species, the lobe river mallet or ludong, and freshwater eels, which are present in the Cagayan River system. The research program of FFC focuses on developing artificial breeding and/or culture techniques for these species with information on their natural habitats to determine options for their management. The NICER program aims to capacitate higher education institutions in undertaking quality research that will contribute to regional development through upgrading of science and technology infrastructure. The establishment of Freshwater Fisheries Center at Isabela State University strengthened its capability to provide fish requirement and conserve important endemic and freshwater resources in the Cagayan Valley region. The establishment of Freshwater Fisheries Center of Isabela State University is one of the first NICER programs in the Philippines under the Science for Change program of the Department of Science and Technology, and being monitored by the Department of Science and Technology, Philippine Council for Agriculture, Aquatic, and Natural Resources, Research and Development, or the DOST PICARD. The EEL project aims to assess the bioactive components and antibacterial property of azolla and kangkong extract in order to improve the survival of freshwater eel during culture through the use of aquatic plants as immunostimulants. The Freshwater Fisheries Center regularly conducts training on coral production in tank-based culture system to capacitate the member of Cagayan Valley Aquaculture Producers Cooperative, or the CPAPCO. Through NICER program, the building of Freshwater Fisheries Center is successfully renovated. In addition, the equipment and facilities of FFC have been upgraded. The technology on conservation and propagation of endemic fish species and improvement of grow-out and hatchery performance of commonly cultured species in the region to be developed could be attributed significantly to boost the freshwater fisheries industry in the region.
Kaya kinakabahan po ako, hindi po ako gumawa ng babasahin ko, kaya kung ano po yung lalabas sa akin, ang kukwento ko lang naman po is yung experience ko, bakit ako napunta sa fisheries. Una-una, ang papakilala mo na pala ako, nakalimutan ko tuloy. Ako po si Melchor Manuel Domingo from Ramon Isabela. Isa po ako dating retiree ng PNB, Philippine National Bank. Ang trabaho namin is magpautang. Kaya, yung mga negosyante, pag nagpupunta sila sa akin, tinatanong ko anong business mo. Doon. Kung wala, sabi ko, mag-umpisa ka muna bago tayo mag-usap. Ngayon, hindi ko in-expect na darating pala sa buhay ko yung ganon. Kaya nag-isip ako, anong business? Nung nag-retire ako, saan business ang papasukin ko? Umattend po ako ng mga seminars. Sa piggery, sa poultry, sa duck, lahat. Napansin ko maraming problema. Kaya, bukod tangi, nung matenda ko sa fisheries, bukod tangi yung sa isda ang walang maraming tanong. At the same time, sila pa yung pinadadala sa abroad para mag-seminar. O sige, papasok ako dito. Doon. Una, sa hito ako. Matend ako ng seminar ng hito. Yung seminar, binasa lang niya yung sinabi, hindi yung actual. Kaya nung nag-actual ako, hindi naman pala ganun kadali. Kahirap naman pala. Hindi ako na surrender. Kasi ang motto ko, kung gusto, may paraan. Kung ayaw, maraming dahilan. Kaya, ba't ka pumasok dyan? Wala ka namang alam dyan dahil by profession ka, kung I'm an accountant. Fishery, pinasok ko. Nagtanong-tanong po ako. Punta ako ng CLSU, sa mga ibang schools. Ang dalit salita, hindi nila naituro sa akin. Kaya I did my own R&D. Nag-R&D po ako. Yung binabasa ko na R&D ng isang PhD, napalitan ko po lahat Yung formula niya, yung time, and so on and so forth. To cut the story short, nabuhay ko. Naka-start ako ng hito. Now, una, papasalamatan ko pala ang DOST dahil isa akong beneficiary. Binigyan ako. Yung time noon, nasabi ko, yung ako'y nagpapautang, ako ngayon ang pinautangan ng DOST. Po. Ngayon na, nung dumating yung time naman sa hito, tapos na yun, punta tayo sa Pangasius. Merong isang negosyante na sa piggery and poultry business, sabi niya, sa konsultan niya, humanap ka kung saan natin tatapon yung mga mortalities natin. Walang iba yun. Hito lang, sir, sabi niya. Pero nagkataon, during that time, merong Hito Congress sa Vietnam. Okay, there is something happening sa Hito, sabi niya. Punta kayo. To cut the story short, pinasok na ng Pangasius. Maraming problema po sa Pangasius. Una-una, walang breeder, walang kaya hindi masyadong nag-prosper yun. Pero kung tutusin, during that time, we were importing 30 container vans sa Vietnam. Pinatagal nila sa akin yung business side ng Pangasius. And to cut the story short, kasi may limit yung sa akin. Okay, pasok na lang ako sa IL. Bakit ako napasok sa IL? Kasi yung during time na yung sa Pangasius, kasi ang tanong sa akin is, Mr. Domingo, sarilinin mo na yung technology. Kasi ang tanong ko sa iyo, I have this much, 50,000, I have 500,000. Kung papasukin ko yung Pangasius, magkano kikitain ko? Ganon yung kadaling tanong niya. Ano pang technology ang sasabihin ko sa kanya? Hindi. Okay, kung nakikinig ka sa seminar kanina, cost to produce 1 kilo Pangasius is 50 pesos. Ngayon, babalik ko sa iyo yung tanong mo, magkano gusto mo kitain? Gusto mo ba 30 pesos? 30 pesos times 10,000, that is your kita. Ganun ko lang kadalis sinagot yung tanong niya. Ngayon, dun sa IGAT, sa IL, naalala ko ngayon yung kita. Magkano kikitain mo sa 1 kilo of IL? Kasi 5,000 lang po yun 5,000, so piso lang. Aalagaan mo ng 6 months. And based dun sa data na narinig ko is 20 pesos. So, mabuhayan ka lang ng kalahati, you have already 2,500 times 20, that is 50,000. Mag-isip ka ng anong produkto na pwede mo ibenta within 6 months na may 50,000. Doon ko po kinuhan. Kaya nag-R&D ako. Ang isang magandang dyan is dumating ang fishery center. Kaya pag kami nagtatanong sa akin about the fishery center, nandun lahat ang technology. Nandun lahat, magtanong kayo doon at nandun na yun. Sa kita lang po ako pwedeng magsalita. Okay, yun lang po. Maraming salamat.
Thank you very much, Mr. Melchor M. Domingo of Di Roma Integrated Farm. Let us now hear from the second NICER of the Mariana Marcos State University and its beneficiary, Dr. Richard Nixon C. Gomez, General Manager of Bauer Tech Corporation, President, Global Leader Incorporated.
Good day. The Mariano Marcos State University is pleased to report the humble accomplishments of the 5 projects under the Garlic and Other Agri-Food Condiments Center of DOST's Niche Center in the Regions for R&D program. MMSU takes pride in accomplishing the following from May 2021 to March 2022. Under Project 1, we have collected 75 local accessions of our local agri-food condiments with complete passport data and established 2 field gene banks, 1 each for garlic and AFCs. We were able to prepare 12 primers including working stock for genetic diversity analysis. We have treated 31 garlic accessions with colchicine, while evaluation for improvement is currently being undertaken. Importantly, we just forged a partnership with Powertech Corp for the mass propagation of turmeric through tissue culture and product development. Under Project 2, we assisted MS students with studies along garlic and onion production, yielding positive and promising results. To formulate adaptable pest management strategies, we have interviewed 85% of our farmer cooperators using an interview schedule that passed through our URB. And to assist in disease management, we were also able to collect some 90% of the parameters needed for the model development on the phenology of garlic. Under Project 3, we have interviewed a total of 486 garlic farmers in Ilocos Norte, Ilocos Sur, Nueva Vizcaya, and Mindoro Occidental. We have established codes for statistical computation on moisture absorption isotherm and prepared for laboratory setups to determine the appropriate temperature and relative humidity setting or environment for curing and storing native garlic. An initial design for curing and storage structure of garlic has also been developed based on existing data. The structure uses natural convention in the Corona 1 weather of Ilocos Norte. In Project 4, an experiment on the shelf life of garlic in different storage conditions is ongoing. Initial results shows that garlic stored in cold conditions are firmer and has higher % dry matter. Additionally, we have also designed and laid out a black garlic processing machine. We have also determined the total phenolic content of black garlic indicative of good antioxidant and antibacterial activities. We have also developed 4 black garlic products to include the black garlic ice cream, furikake, black garlic powder, and paste. And for Project 5, we have conducted face-to-face interviews with garlic farmers in Regions 1 and 2, deducing the prevalent problems they encounter. Garlic supply situation also shows that volume of imported garlic is higher than the domestic production from 2012 to 2020. The value chain for garlic in the Ilocos region also highlighted the roles played by the producers, consolidators, and market sellers in the production and marketing of garlic. Based on initial result in its profitability, garlic farmers gain a 15% return on investment with a break-even price at 52 pesos per kilogram and a break-even yield at 2,066 kilograms per hectare. These humble accomplishments of the garlic NICER are stepping stones as we continue achieving our goals. There is much to be done, and we fortify our commitment to this project.
Let me talk about the black diamond that can be found in the north and how NICER will be vital in bringing this commodity to the world. The province of Ilocos Norte is declared as the garlic capital of the Philippines. It is known as the top producer in the country, contributing 55.7% or 4,161 metric tons in 2019 based on the annual report of the Department of Agriculture. MMSU uses a unique technology to produce superior quality black garlic. The MMSU black garlic is way above the Japanese black garlic on some beneficial chemical compounds. To name a few, S-allylcysteine or SAC, it has 34 milligrams per gram versus 26 milligrams from that of Japan. Y-aminobutyric acid or GABA, it contains 154 milligrams versus 85 milligrams from that of Japan. MMSU markets black garlic as it is. It is also used as base for black garlic paste, black garlic onion mix, black garlic ice cream, and other several items. Health practitioners know the value of black garlic. They usually import black garlic, not knowing that it is locally available. PowerTech acknowledges the value and huge potential of these two compounds. If we can develop them locally from natural sources, that will give us a winning edge. We intend to use technological advances for these two substances derived from black garlic and apply such for health and medicine. S-L-cysteine is an antioxidant and anti-cancer. It is hypoglycemic and hypolipidemic activities. It has anti-hepatotoxic activity. It has neuroprotective and neurotrophic activities. Y-aminobutyric acid or GABA is used for seizure disorders. It can control movement disorders such as Parkinson. It can also control ADHD. It can be used for anxiety, panic disorder, and mood disorders. Through the Science for Change program, we hope to isolate, standardize, and optimize the production of SAC and GABA. These can then be converted into herbal medicine. In the meantime, PowerTech Corp is ready and willing to receive all spray-dried black garlic that MMSU can produce. Sincerest appreciation goes to our most beloved DOST Secretary, Boy de la Peña. I'm very hardworking, but he works far harder than me. We also appreciate USEC Dr. Rowena Cristina Guevara and USEC Dr. Sancho Maborang. They're extremely supportive of all our efforts. We also thank the regional directors and other officers of the DOST. They're very sincere and kind-hearted. A special mention goes to our partner academe for black garlic, MMSU under Dr. Shirley Agrupis. Of course, we have partnership with ISU under Dr. Ikmar Aquino, and then NEUST under Dr. Feliciana Jacoba. Thank you all, and have a great day.
Thank you very much, Dr. Richard Nixon C. Gomez of PowerTech Corporation. Let us now hear from the third NICER of the Benguet State University and its beneficiary, Mr. Nelio Compelio, a farmer of the Immaculate Conception Community Multipurpose Cooperative.
Potato R&D program serves as a center for the SNT-based intervention on the advancement of potato production system, which is applicable to the potato growing areas in the country. Foremost, it is to accelerate the production of basic or foundation planting materials of appropriate potato varieties towards self-sufficiency. This is in partnership with the selected farmer, multipliers, and agencies involved in seed production to boost the potato industry. The Potato R&D Center has 3 major projects to meet its goal.
On the management of insect pests and disease of quarantine importance for quality seed potato production. In the project, our major accomplishments are the following. The project was able to survey and map 30 hectares of potato growing areas, where 10.94 hectares of potato fields, free of quarantine pests, specifically bacterial wilt and cyst nematodes, were identified for foundation seed production. While the 20+ hectares, which were infected with bacterial wilt and cyst nematodes, are targeted for cleanup. In the development of the environmentally viable integrated crop management system, the project focuses on the identification of resistant cultivars or varieties. Our project is currently evaluating advanced germplasm and cultivars for resistance to major quarantine pests, with emphasis on late blight, bacterial wilt, cyst nematode, thrips, leaf miner, and aphids. To contribute to the reduction of chemical pesticide use, both field and storage pests, the use of other control strategies like biological control, physical, botanicals are being evaluated. Morphological characterization of quarantine insect pests and diseases has also been done. However, the use of molecular techniques will be undertaken to identify strains, pathotypes, races, biovars, and pathovars. In addition, as the detection of quarantine pests is of vital importance in the potato seed system, the use of ELISA technique is presently being utilized. However, the project aims to incorporate molecular techniques for more accurate and rapid detection.
The Project 2 is now enhancing the micropropagation technique of the tissue culture plants in the laboratory. Microtubers are directly planted in the drip irrigation of their dormancy period for subsequent multiplication before it will be dispersed to the potato farmer multipliers.
In this project, entitled Application of Improved Cultivation System and Storage Technique for Potato Seed Production, 6 farmers' choice varieties of potatoes under enhanced aeroponic and improved drip irrigation systems are being evaluated for the yield productivity to produce clean foundation seeds. Potato seed tubers harvested from the system will be stored in the diffuse light in upgraded cold storage facility. These stored seeds will be subsequently planted in the identified farmers' clean areas, which is around 10.94 hectares under high, mid, and low elevation in Benguet and Baguio.
Magandang umaga po sa lahat. Ako po si Nilio Compilio, isang potato farmer ng Benguet. Ako po ay isang beneficiary ng Nicer Potato Research and Development Program. Simula nang nagtanim ako ng patatas, ay naranasan at nakita ko kung gaano kaimportante ang kalidad ng binhi ng patatas na ginagamit namin. Ang tradisyonal na ginagawa namin ay kinukuha namin ang aming binhi sa nakalipas na ani ng paulit-ulit. Ang epekto nito ay ang patuloy na pagbaba ng aming ani. Gumagamit din kami ng imported seeds, pero ito ay napakamahal at isa pa, ito ay madaling mag-degenerate o humina. Kaya hindi namin tiyak kung ito ba ay disease-free. At nangangamba din kami na baka ito ay magdadala ng sakit sa aming mga taniman ng patatas. Isang teknolohiya na ipinakilala ng Benguet State University ay ang apical rooted cutting production. Isa ako sa mga mapalad na naturuan kung paano ito gawin. Kaya simula noon, ako na mismo ang nagpaparami ng quality planting materials namin, kaya hindi na kami umaasa sa importasyon. Ngunit, ang problema sa apical rooted cutting ay limitado lamang ang aming ani na umaabot lamang ng 3 hanggang 5 tubers bawat tanim. Bilang isang potato farmer, isang napakalaking tulong na maging isa sa mga napili na seed multiplier ng basic foundation seeds tubers na manggagaling sa makabago at modernong greenhouses gamit ang teknolohiya ng aeroponics at drip irrigation ng Benguet State University. Natitiyak ko na sa mga teknolohiyang ito, mabilis na mapaparami ang mga certified seeds disease-free seed tubers na magagamit ng aming asosasyon at ang kapwa kong potato farmer, hindi lamang dito sa Benguet, kundi ganun din sa mga lugar na may nagtatanim ng patatas. Mula nang ako ay gumamit ng malinis na binhi ng patatas, ang aking ani ay tumaas. Kaya nagpapasalamat kami sa patuloy na pag-improve ng teknolohiya para masolusyonan itong problema namin sa binhi. sa tulong ng Potato Research and Development Center na nasa Benguet State University na pinunduhan ng Department of Science and Technology. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nelio Compelio. All right, for the next part, we will hear from 3 collaborative research and development projects in the North Luzon region featuring iDrip, HES, and Demeter's Eye. Please let us welcome the first presentation from Bulacan State University, followed by its beneficiary, Dr. Alfredo Escalona, President of the Pure Nectar Company.
The convenience of easy access to drinks or beverages no matter where we are is attributed to plastics. Single-use plastic bottles that are improperly disposed of end up in landfill, waterways, and in the ocean. In 2020, Oceana, the largest international advocacy organization dedicated solely to ocean conservation, estimated that 20 to 34 billion plastic PET bottles produced and sold by the beverage industry enter the ocean each year. Known as the country's pioneer of fruit shakes and juices in a cup, Pure Nectar is a brand that offers bottled cold-pressed juices, aiming to inspire more on-the-go people to lead healthier, happier lives. Since the company itself contributes to the production of plastic bottles, they have come up with a plan to upcycle the bottles that they produce. Pure Nectar has an initiative to collect used bottles from their customers through which they can earn incentives like points to redeem their products. The collected used bottles are then upcycled for different purposes like crates, chairs, and other materials to be used by their partner farmers. Despite their initiative, however, the company has only collected an estimated 5,000 empty bottles as compared to an average of 1,500 bottles that they produce daily. Aside from recycling, the beverage industry can stop billions of plastic bottles from polluting the earth by switching from single-use, throwaway bottles to refillables. According to Oceana, the beverage industry could decrease marine plastic pollution by 4.5 billion to 7.6 billion bottles each year, a 22% decrease, by increasing the market share of soft drinks and water sold in refillable bottles by just 10%. Researchers from Bulacan State University have come up with a solution in support of reducing plastic waste produced by the beverage industry. iDrip, or IoT-based dispenser for real-time intelligent pour, is an IoT-based real-time control and monitoring system for smart beverage dispensing. With this smart dispensing solution powered by the Internet of Things, it's ensured that every serving, every beverage, every time is precise. The system will be integrated with existing containers, specifically designed to fit the need of the customers. It is equipped with program portion control, sophisticated analytics, remote management, and more. Increased revenue at ease every time a customer pours. Major benefits include cost savings, inter-machine communication via RFID, predictive maintenance, data analytics to increase supply chain efficiency, as well as customer behavior analysis.
The system architecture is adapted from the 2020 model by the Center for IoT Innovation. Several sensors will be attached to the dispenser and they will connect to the gateway. Connection of several smart dispensers in a given area like a building, complex, or station can be handled by a single gateway. Afterward, all the data will be sent to the cloud, which is then connected to the application programming interface. This API handles all platforms that will be designed and developed, including the web and mobile application. With iDrip, we can help reduce the number of disposable beverage packaging that end up polluting our oceans. We, the team from Bulacan State University, is now hard at work to be able to introduce iDrip for use of the public. And we can wait for you to join us in this initiative to save the environment one drink at a time with iDrip.
Magandang agam ho kay Sec Boy de la Peña, mga undersecretaries, regional directors, people from the academe, event organizers, magandang agam ho ulit. Anyway, who am I? I'm Dr. Alan. I am an entrepreneur. At the same time, I've been in the business for about 28 years now. And it's my privilege to be part of this event today because, and I would like to discuss my experience in the development of the project iDrip in collaboration with our company and Bulacan State University. So, I'm a certified franchise executive, a master's degree in franchising brands and concepts, and I'm also an entrepreneur who loves concocting fruit juices and vegetables, a true advocate of health and wellness. I also own and operate Quick Clean laundry shops. It's a self-operated coin laundry which also incorporates a lot of technology. So under the Fruit Magic umbrella is a sub-brand called Pure Nectar. It's an innovation brand which is, we used to sell shakes in the malls and everything. But we shifted, we innovated, we pivoted to bottled juice and using more thermodynamics to preserve the juice. And we have now more than 300 resellers and partners. And we also do white labeling for other brands now in the market. Sometimes you might not see it's a Pure Nectar, but it's done by us. So we just make juices that best suits for food pairing of that certain restaurant or whatever they wish. So these are basically the products we have done over the past 6 years with Pure Nectar. And we basically use indigenous products that are local and imported, which help a lot of our farmers increase their yield for us. So we believe that by leveraging the latest state-of-the-art technology and the unrelenting efforts of innovation through research and development, will maintain our competitive edge in the market. With this, we strengthen our partnerships, not just on marketing, more so on research and development. True to our goals to collaborate with the academe and the government, we participated in various government-organized projects like the DOST KTTO Impact Program, organized by the USAID STRIDE. And during that event, on Day 2 workshop, last October 1st, 2019, we had the chance to network with the various universities and their technology transfer officers. And this is where the collaboration started. So after our first meeting, we invited Bulacan State University faculty and researchers, and they visited us in our company, and we started working together. We told them our wishes, our problems, and they started working on the challenges. So after several months of brainstorming, we came up with iDrip. iDrip is an Internet of Things-based dispenser for real-time intelligent pour, an IoT-based real-time control monitoring system for smart beverage dispensing. And it was submitted for DOST Collaborative Research and Development Program, CRADLE. And after the entire team has worked so hard, we have developed the first batch of a prototype. So why vending? Why vending? It's made to save a lot of single-use disposable plastic. We will now be able to use reusable glasses or cups that can be cleaned and dispensed. So we initiated the upcycling initiative and turned over bottles for upcycling. And we and they are turned now into monoblock chairs and crates, which are being used by the farmers. So, go ahead, Ram, please. But despite this, we only upcycled a very small percentage of what we produce daily. Also, at that time, we just recently purchased a standard vending machine, planning, deploy our products. Combining these two concepts, the team came up with iDrip. So aside from recycling, this project idea can help the beverage industry stop billions of plastic bottles from polluting the earth and throw away bottles to refillables. With this project, iDrip, we can help reduce the number of disposable beverage packaging that end up polluting our environment. Also, single-use to refillables means cost saving on the manufacturing, single-use containers, and to date, each of our plastic containers costs at least 10 pesos, and so forth and so on for more stickers, labels, and other items. Making our process more efficient, especially through data analytics, customer behavior analysis, we can lessen out the out of stock, expired product. This will help us increase revenue at the ease every time a customer pours. We are very happy and actively collaborating with the Bulacan State team to start on problem validation until now, validating solution design with the target user. So these are the target implementing sites. Hopefully, if this is very successful, we can propagate this iDrip in different brands. And these brands are the well-known restaurants and fast food centers that you see everywhere. So thank you very much. Magandang agham at mabuhay po tayong lahat.
Thank you very much, Dr. Alfredo Escalona of Pure Nectar Company. Let us now hear from the second cradle of the Holy Angel University and its beneficiary, Engineer Edsel Galguera, General Manager of Edge Systems Engineering Services.
The company Edge Systems Engineering Services has been working in various sustainability projects to deliver the benefits of solar energy to the poor communities since 2018. But even to this day, the benefits of solar energy remain inaccessible, not even affordable to most households in general, most especially to the poor.
Wala pa kasing fiscal incentives. Wala pa din government subsidies. Wala din easy access to equitable financing, lalo na in the case of the poor. From this perspective, mahirap talaga for any solution to be profitable, especially at this segment of the market. So we must go to the core of how solar energy can be profitable in the first place. Mataas na energy yield at mataas na self-consumption. Ika nga natin sulit sa madaling salita. Pero di yun madali. Because we are dealing with two variables here. Energy generation na dependent sa araw, sa weather, at energy consumption na dependent naman sa gumagamit ng electricity. To address this challenge, we need to implement some level of artificial intelligence na abot kaya.
This small computer, maraming ginagawa ito at maraming kayang gawin ito. It runs our real-time operating system. It also runs our energy management system, metering, and control functions. At higit sa lahat, it runs our machine learning algorithm. Kaya nag-develop kami ng sobrang simpleng interface to engage ordinary user with artificial intelligence. Yung something na maiintindihan ng lahat ng tao, nag-aral man or hindi. Time, oras.
So, mahalaga sa ginagawa namin ngayon is making sense of data. Hindi lang siya data gathering. We start to organize and analyze it. The bigger challenge is how to do this efficiently. To get real-time data. Nakascatter kasi sa different household yung mga units namin. So, we have to develop software tools para magawa namin ito.
So, we call this solar power generator. Meron na siyang charger, inverter, at battery sa loob.
solar panels na lang yung ilalagay mo. Makakabili ka ng ganito sa market pero hindi intelligent. At higit sa lahat, hindi ka sigurado sa quality. So we analyze yung system, yung parts, then we work closely with our foreign suppliers para ma-improve yung performance. At syempre, yung safety. Very important kasi yung safety. Household to eh.
When the idea was proposed to us, we engineers felt the passion to contribute in solving energy problem in the Philippines. Approximately, there are 2 million households na wala pang kuryente. And usually, these are remote areas. Underserved talaga sila. And panahon pa ni President Noynoy Aquino, nandiyan na yun.
Yeah, exactly. And since itong project na to is really a great help in the community, it also leads towards one of Holy Angel's mission, which is to be a catalyst for countryside development. And I personally was inspired. That's why I collaborated with the partner industry. And right now, since we are already on our prototyping stage, maganda na yung feedback na nakukuha namin from our recipients. And it's really inspiring to continue with that.
Okay, kasi malaking tipid namin na kalahati. Malaking tulong sa amin din. Tulad ng refrigerator, TV, at saka blower.
Maganda, malaki na tipid namin. No, almost 50%. Mahigit sa 50%. Una, yung TV, ilaw, at saka yung electric fan, at saka yung washing machine. Yung wifi namin nakasaksak 24/7. At saka yung washing machine namin, therapy. Yung bill namin, 1,070, naging 400 lang. Di, more than 50%, di ba?
Edge Systems Engineering Services is a small company that has a lot to say. You know, at the edge of our society where my company operates, three things we learn affect the well-being of the people that most of us probably is taking for granted. Water, electricity, and lighting. Now, for any solution to be sustainable in this part of the society, we have to view people not only as the problem, but also as part of the solution. Inclusive Energy Solutions has been the mission of the company since I started it in 2018. In 2014, I wrote the paper, Strategies to Start Up Sustainable Academe Industry Collaboration in Metro Clark. That was when I came to know Holy Angel University. The road to collaboration is not built overnight. Living up the content of that paper I wrote, since then, I've been actively engaged with activities of the university, just at the level of cooperation or coordination, you know, doing talks, lectures, consultation, accommodating OJTs, etc. But in that process, the necessary structure, human and social capital required for research-related collaboration is slowly being developed in the background. Then in 2020, the opportunity came to us. We applied to the grant provided by Cradle program. Why I am telling this story? The point is the opportunity did not come to us in the first place if we did not have prior exchanges and relationships built at the lower level. We would like to inspire companies, big or small, to do the same. Start by walking into the schools and engage in their activities and needs. It does not need to be monetary every time, a big misconception. Doing research is built to be very risky. True, we invest so much resources, time and money, with no guarantee of market success. In fact, very few companies are doing research in the country. Cradle grants level out that huge risk. But of course, we have this big responsibility to commit ourselves to the cause of the program, thereby creating opportunities not only for ourselves, but also for the ultimate beneficiaries of our solutions. You have seen it in the video. We envision our project has to spark the revolution on how we could address energy poverty in the country. For that, thank you for this opportunity. I'm Engineer Edsel Galguera, General Manager of Ed Systems Engineering Services.
Thank you very much, Mr. Edsel Galguera of Edge Systems Engineering Services. Let us now hear from the third cradle of Isabela State University and its beneficiary, Mr. Arsenio A. Lucas Jr., Manager of EdCore Development Cooperative.
The eye in the sky. Real-time scanning. Identifying cassava disease. Deep learning analysis. Mapping disease coordinates. Management of cassava farmers. Crop analysis. Creating network and linkages. Empowering EdCore Multi-Purpose Cooperative. Isabela State University, a leading research university in the ASEAN region. Department of Science and Technology. Philippine Council for Agriculture, Aquatic and Natural Resources Research and Development. Cradle, Science for Change Program. EdCore Multi-Purpose Cooperative, and Municipal Agriculture Office of Municipality of San Guillermo, Isabela. Joined together in realizing an innovative technology in smart agriculture, in combating cassava phytoplasma or witch's broom disease in cassava. Cassava, Manahat esculenocrans, is one of the priority products of Region 2, Cagayan Valley. The region ranks the third largest cassava producing region with 70,685.16 metric tons in 2020. It accounts for 12.1% of the national production. Cassava has great potential as an economic catalyst in the region with a wide variety of uses: food, textile, paper, plywood, sweetener, MSG ingredient, medicine, glue, alcohol, and animal feed. Cassava phytoplasma or witch's broom disease. The cassava phytoplasma disease, CPD, also known as witch's broom disease, is presently manifesting in some cassava fields. The infection is named after the broom-like leaf spread at the top of cassava plants. Phytoplasma interferes in plant development. Accordingly, if the manifestations of the symptoms appear as early as 2 to 3 months, there will be 100% loss as there will be no more production of roots. If symptoms appear at later stages like 5 to 6 months or onward, there will be a significant loss in yield of up to 40%. The Demeter's Eyes, an embedded system for smart detection, recognition, and mapping of phytoplasma disease or witch's broom in cassava plants. Design, develop, establish, and implement an embedded system for smart detection, recognition, and mapping of CPD using the Aerial Unmanned Vehicle, AUV, and deep learning technology.
To address the challenges our cassava growers face, we developed and implemented an array of state-of-the-art systems using the latest trends in artificial intelligence in such an easy way that ordinary people could quickly adapt. Ang kagandahan ng teknolohiyang ito ay hindi na kinakailangan magpunta pa ng mga farmers sa gitna ng taniman upang isa-isahing suriin ang bawat puno ng kamoteng kahoy. Hatid itong serbisyo ang agarang pag-detect at pag-analisa sa mga posibleng nahawaan ng mapanirang sakit na cassava phytoplasma disease, CPD, na kilala din sa tawag na witch's broom disease. This technology was made possible with the all-out support from the local cassava farmers, the Municipal Agriculture Office of San Guillermo, Isabela, the EdCore Multi-Purpose Cooperative, and our plant pathologists. Using our developed real-time CP detection and quantification system is as easy as tuning into your favorite online streaming platform. Likewise, switching between the different deep learning algorithms is as easy as changing from one channel to another.
Furthermore, we developed a web-based information system. This system takes the drone survey data for further analysis, visualization, and information dissemination to our beneficiaries. Some of the core functionalities of this technology were that users such as the Municipal Agriculture Officer, EdCore Multi-Purpose Cooperative, and cassava farmers could monitor and visualize the CPD infection on each cassava farm through its interactive geo-mapping feature. In addition, users could also communicate with our experts through the built-in direct messaging application for immediate and precise advice in managing the CPD infection. Moreover, users can access our information system free of charge through the internet on different web platforms and readily available devices such as smartphones, tablets, laptops, and PCs.
Kagawad Orlando Frias, tagabing sa Mrs. San Guillermo Isabela. Babaen kay baro nga teknolohiya kadagiti taga ISU Tiage, hindi pa nakapatayag sa drone. Nagtak unay nga ayak mi tapno tikastara. Naparpartak mi nga mamuan dagiti daduma daw mga saksakit dagiti mulmula mi nga kahoy. So nga pagyamanan mi kadagiti ng partwat kada nga masineres. Salamat.
Good morning to our DOST undersecretaries, to the academe, to everyone. My name is Arsenio Lucas from San Guillermo Isabela, working as a manager of EDCOR Multipurpose Cooperative. EDCOR has been existent for the last 22 years, since last 2004. We are a multipurpose cooperative, and a part of our profile is lending, marketing, service, and as an assembler of cassava, corn, pineapple, and bananas. We cater to about 800 farmers for cassava and other crops. In 2019, before the pandemic started, Isabela State University, Dr. Irma Plata, called the then manager of EDCOR, Pastor Medina, to set up a meeting regarding the concept of the project called Demeter's Eyes. And they had a meeting in Los Baños, Laguna. ISU, together with DOST, conceptualized the whole project, and EDCOR was a willing partner, and as they say, the rest is history. San Guillermo used to be in the forefront as far as cassava plantation in the province of Isabela around 2017 to 2018, but has declined since then due to many factors. Una, kulang ang kanilang kaalaman pagdating sa tamang pagtatanim. Pangalawa, sa pagtukoy ng sakit na dumapo sa kanilang tanim na kamoteng kahoy, at dahil dito ay malaki ang binaba ng produksyon nila at naging dahilan yun kung gayon mas marami sa kanila ang nadismaya at nagtanim na lang ng mais at saging. Lack of literacy training and the lack of monitoring has been two of the identified reasons for the decline. The Demeters project has provided us with a smart agriculture innovative technology that uses a drone with a camera that can manage our cassava farms, mitigate and control the spread of cassava phytoplasma disease, or what we call as CPDs, and monitor our farm, its production, mass mapping of cassava farms, electronic repository of our cassava farmers, and not only that, they link us to cassava experts who can provide us with real-time information in handling our farms. Malaki po ang naitulong ng proyektong ito, lalong-lalo na sa mga kapatid nating magsasaka dahil nagkaroon sila ng sapat na kaalaman sa pagtatanim at paiiklin po nito yung dating halos 2 oras na paglalakad para lamang maikutan ang kanilang pananim at alamin ang kalagayan nito. Future plans include offering the drones for service to our farmers as they use it for surveillance for their farms for just a minimum fee. This can be availed not only in San Guillermo, but hopefully to neighboring municipalities. So I personally, together with the cooperative that I work for, would like to thank Demeter's Eyes, Ma'am Irma, and the ISU team, DOST, Picard, and the San Guillermo Mayor, Marilu Sanchez, together with the DA Mao, the EDCOR Chairman, Honorio Sanchez, for bringing this technology and innovation in San Guillermo, considering we are just a 4th-class municipality with an uphill terrain, taas baba po, is truly an upgrade in terms of technology development. Looking forward to future collaborations as we enter the modern generation of farming. Maraming salamat po at mabuhay po kayo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Arsenio A. Lucas Jr. of EDCOR Development Cooperative. For the next part, we will hear from the Business Innovation through S&T project. Please let us watch Bioassets presentation and its beneficiary, Dr. Samuel Joseph Castro.
Bioassets Corporation is a veterinary research and diagnostics company established by veterinarians, scientists, farmers, and entrepreneurs. Our mission is to deliver the most current and innovative diagnostic tools and animal health products that will address challenges and unmet needs in the animal industry, specifically in resource-limited areas. Infectious diseases still remain a major cause in losses in food animal production. African swine fever, or ASF, continues to bring devastating impact on the swine industry. Many livelihoods were lost. Pork supply has significantly decreased, leading to skyrocketing prices. Another threat to our poultry industry is the avian influenza. If left unaddressed, it can also affect not just the industry, but also public health.
Ako po si Ari Santos. Ako po yung presidente po ng Quickgrow Genetics sa Philippines Incorporated. Sa aming pagbawa po yan, napakalaga po ng teknolohiya. Sana po ay makarating pa sa amin ang mga diagnostics at mga technologies para sa aming lalo pang mapagbuti ang aming pag-aalaga sa aming pabuyan. Maraming salamat po.
Despite the technological advances in veterinary diagnostics, our country still lacks the capability to rapidly respond to disease outbreak at the point of need, particularly in resource-limited regions. Moreover, our country lacks the capability to effectively isolate, culture, identify, and perform molecular characterization of animal pathogens. Another unaddressed problem is the lack of vaccines for emerging diseases.
Our goal is to provide science-based solutions to the problems in animal industry. We strongly believe that if we help the farmers, the industry will grow. And if the industry will grow, our business grows exponentially.
Bioassets hopes to fill this gap by establishing the BRIDGES project, or Brisk Response through In-Location Diagnostics and Genome Sequencing. The BRIDGES project is partly supported by the Department of Science and Technology, the Philippine Council for Agriculture, Aquatic, and Natural Resources Research and Development, Business Innovation for Science and Technology under the Science for Change program. The objectives of BRIDGES are anchored in three areas: point-of-need diagnostics, precision diagnostics, and foundational support for vaccine research. The mobile laboratory will enable rapid response to disease outbreaks, maintain continuity of operation, support capacity building, sound decision-making, and enable research and surveillance while maintaining biosafety and biosecurity. To give a stronger foundation on point-of-need response, we need precision diagnostics. With the ease of sample collection through our MLU, we will be able to effectively isolate, identify, characterize, and archive pathogens. We hope to streamline the animal disease responsiveness using the most current innovative tools that will empower farmers and industries at risk. These two initiatives will support the disease surveillance in our country and set us up for an autogenous vaccine program. Hence, we don't have to rely solely on the services of foreign laboratories. The Department of Agriculture, through the Bureau of Animal Industry, is adopting the program to increase responsiveness to disease outbreak and help the animal industry fight the challenges posed by infectious diseases. Furthermore, the veterinary schools at the Central Mindanao University and the University of the Philippines Los Baños will also serve as our initial partners in conducting a comprehensive surveillance program.
With a comprehensive approach that covers diagnostics, vaccines, surveillance, biosecurity, and policymaking, we'll be able to stamp out these infectious diseases. This is a big undertaking. However, no project is big if we approach this problem in a one-country program that will build self-reliance and sufficiency.
Bioassets, nurturing life, science, and innovation to serve the people.
Good morning. I am Dr. Samuel Joseph Castro, the Deputy Program Coordinator for the National African Swine Fever Prevention and Control Program. In behalf of the Bureau of Animal Industry, headed by the Director Gilrin Morales, I'd like to thank the organizers for this opportunity to be able to present our program at the Science for Change North Luzon Cluster Summit.
To address the ASF situation, the government, with the leadership of the Department of Agriculture, launched the Bantay ASF sa Barangay program. This next slide shows the components of the Bantay ASF sa Barangay program, wherein institutionalized is the local government unit engagement at the heart of the program. Of course, there's surveillance, which we will be talking about further and more detailed in this presentation. The importance of biosecurity, and of course, in tandem with all these technical activities is capability, information, education, and communication, and all of this consequently contributes to the recovery and repopulation of the swine industry in the Philippines. One of the vital components of the Bantay ASF sa Barangay program is, of course, surveillance. It aims to strengthen the surveillance and monitoring systems for ASF, and of course, in tandem with this is the need to strengthen laboratory capacity. During the initial outbreaks of ASF in 2019, the government was admittedly overwhelmed by the enormity of the problem, and with limited facilities in the ADDRL and regional animal disease diagnostic laboratories, the DA decided to enhance the capacities of our RADDLs all throughout the country. You could see an improvement from 2019 all throughout 2020, wherein the different RADDLs around the country were given the capability to do definitive diagnosis for ASF, and there was also the accreditation of private laboratories for ASF diagnostics. The DA continues to ramp up surveillance capabilities across the country. This is through the capacitating of the regional animal disease diagnostic laboratories with real-time PCR machines as well as CPCR machines distributed not only to our RADDLs but also to our local government units. Of course, included here is the assistance from the private sector laboratories, wherein accreditation of private labs is ongoing. So this is all to assist in the immediate testing for early disease response. This slide shows the provinces covered by the surveillance activities of the national program in 2022. So with the assistance of the program and the collaboration with the DARFOS and the local government units, there has been a total of 62 municipalities where ASF surveillance has been conducted.
As part of our ways forward, we continue to enhance the surveillance capacities of our local government unit counterparts. This involves encouraging the LGUs for themselves to invest in and develop diagnostic capacities at the local level. And vital to this, of course, is the continued partnership with private sector companies. For instance, the mobile laboratories being proposed in this project is very important for us to be able to enhance their diagnostic capacity. We do know that early detection of African swine fever also entails quick response to outbreaks. So this will help in addressing animal disease emergencies immediately. Again, we would like to thank the organizers of this summit for this opportunity to present our program. And as we say in our battle cry against ASF, lahat po tayo ay may magagawa laban sa African swine fever. Maraming salamat po.
Once again, thank you, Bioassets Corporation. Now for the last part, we will hear from the R&D leadership engagements in North Luzon region. Please let us welcome the first presentation from Dr. Renan G. Baldovino of De La Salle University, followed by its beneficiary, Engineer Angelino Pimentel of St. Mary's University.
My name is Dr. Renan G. Baldovino, and I'm the RD leader for St. Mary's University in Bayambong, Nueva Vizcaya. Currently, there are 3 objectives of our SMU or RD lead engagement with SMU. Number 1 is, of course, to strengthen the R&D capability of the institute. Number 2 is to introduce SMU to different partners, such as funding agencies, private industries, and also with international collaborators. Third is to help the institute or SMU in developing or building their own R&D roadmap, which is good for, like for example, 4 to 6 years. Well, in terms of R&D capabilities, the SMU is needing some technical assistance, especially in the research writing, like for example, in technical presentations, in writing some funding proposal, and at the same time, how to apply or make some intellectual property applications. And as mentioned earlier, one of our goal is really to help them publish and present their R&D roadmap before or after the engagement with them. So there are a lot of ways or methods that we did in order for the SMU to strengthen their R&D. One of which is we had this regular meeting with them, like for example, twice a month meeting, not only with the faculty but also with the administration, for them to realize the importance of R&D in the country. Second is we also have this engagement wherein we involve not only the faculty but also the students and also some of our partners in the industry, like for example in the biomedical engineering. So that's one of our methods. Third is we also have this some workshops wherein we had some technical writing workshops, we have some intellectual property drafting. So that's some of our ways and methods. So I believe that after this, our engagement with the SMU, I can see that SMU will be seeing the university to be one of the leaders when it comes to R&D in the region, especially in the field of biomedical engineering research. I also believe that after this engagement, I'm seeing that this university will be able to create their pool of researchers, wherein they have their faculty, their students, as well as the administration that will help to build this R&D setup. For me, the RD Lead program is one of the best programs that were made under the S4CP. So this provides not only training to the faculty of the institute who are needing the support, but also it helps capacitate their university in order for them to build their R&D roadmap. The Science for Change program is science for the people. Support the Science for Change program.
Naimbag na bigat niyo kanya amin. Good morning, everyone. I am Engineer Angelino A. Pimentel from St. Mary's University, Bayambong, Nueva Vizcaya. I was appointed as the pioneering head of the recently institutionalized Technology Transfer and Business Development Office in our university 9 months ago. So TTBDO has been established to spearhead the smooth implementation of the Nueva Vizcaya, DTI, and PLGU Shared Service Facility Project and to produce intellectually protected products, patents, utility model, and industrial design for IPO field and for market commercialization through R&D niche. Our first approved research proposal in the office is the NRCP RD Lead program entitled Strengthening of Research and Development Capabilities of Faculty, Researchers, and Personnel of the St. Mary's University. Having just started the RD Lead program 4 months ago, January 2022, with our RD leader, Dr. Renan, from the LSU, currently SMU is now at 60% completion rate, with 12 out of 20 deliverables completed. This translates to a scheduled performance index of greater than 1, FSPI is equivalent to 1.8, indicating we are ahead of schedule. This is great as we will have more time to focus on publications, patents, external grants, requirements of our grants, etc. Through this RD Lead engagement with Dr. Renan, the following had been realized. We started a paradigm shift to focus on applied sciences. At least 3 research proposals are ongoing refinement for publication. Approved utility models and DOST designs, industrial designs by DOST TAPI. At least 1 high-end product development which is currently ongoing. At least 3 research proposals are ongoing refinement for external funding. And at least 100 faculties had been benefited from the research workshops and trainings. Also, improve research policies as a benchmark with DLSU's best practices in research. At least 1 established international engineering research linkages. Additional 2 established local linkages. As a highlight to our current engagement in our RD lead, this is the international linkage with Southern Taiwan University of Science and Technology. Before we have the no international engineering research linkage, now we have the RD lead program. At least 1 established international engineering research linkage has been established. Given the fact that we are ahead of the schedule, looking forward to the establishment of the more international research collaborations. This is great as the SMU's ecosystems in research is becoming sustainable. The RD Lead program benefits the institutionalization of TTBDO and had a great impact in our university as a whole. On behalf of St. Mary's University, I want to thank NRCP RD Lead program for this great opportunity. It strengthened and continually improved our R&D capabilities. Agyaman ak unay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Engineer Angelino Pimentel of St. Mary's University. Let us now hear from the second RD Lead engagement of Dr. Tonette P. Laude of UPLB and its beneficiary, Dr. Annabel B. Francisco of Ilocos Sur Polytechnic State College.
The objective of the program is to strengthen the research capability of the faculty, researchers, and students of the Ilocos Sur Polytechnic State College. The need or the vision of ISPSC is to be a research university, and they would like for their faculty and researchers to be trained to craft award-winning research proposals. So in terms of the implementation of the project, we started out with some discussion with the key officials of the university. We identified what are their needs, such as the training on scientific writing and crafting of research proposals. We also had some mentoring activities on graduate students and also on their researchers and faculty members. There is also an activity on the assessment of their research capabilities in terms of infrastructure, human resource, and other resources related to research. For the implementation of the activity, we started out with some discussion with the key officials of the university, particularly those who are in charge in research and extension. We identified their needs and we set up activities related to that, such as training on scientific writing and crafting of research proposals. We also had an activity on mentoring of graduate students as well as researchers and faculty members. And we also did an assessment on their research capabilities, focusing on identifying their needs on infrastructure, human resource, and other resources related to research and extension. At the moment, we are still finishing some of our activities, but so far, my visit to ISPSC helped them develop the culture of research. They had better appreciation now on research in particular, and they are excited and they have the passion to conduct well-crafted research in the future.
speaking, since April 28, 2022, ang Ilocos Sur Polytechnic State College po ay tinatawag ng University of Ilocos, Philippines. By virtue of a law, inaantay na lang po namin yung formal na signing ng ating outgoing President, Digong. Tama po yung sabi ni Dr. Laude kanina, no? As a university, iba na yung magiging posisyon ni ISPSC sa larangan ng higher education. So we envision, no, our president envisions the UIP to be a research university. And napakalaki po ng magiging papel ng RD Lead Program since they are holding the hands of the University of Ilocos, Philippines in this journey that we are trying to push through po. So, I would like to share with you, bago pa lang po ang engagement namin sa RD Lead Program, but I would like to share with you what is happening to ISPSC now as we are being mentored by our RD leader. So first, I would like to share to you yung aming pong membership sa DOST NRCP. Mula po sa 2 members, for the first quarter of this year, April to March, meron po kaming 15 na new applicants para po sa membership. And we are waiting for the second call for this year. And most of our faculty members po are very eager to be members of the DOST NRCP. Then the second one is, with regard external funding, alam niyo po sa SUCS, napaka-limited ng aming research fund. And yung mentoring po ni Dr. Laude, no, as our RD leader to get external funding is very vital to us, very imperative to us. So I am happy to announce to you that we have written, and some of them we have submitted, proposals for possible external funding, 2 in the regional level. Andyan po ang aming mahal na director sa Region 1, si Dr. Ganal. 3 po for the national level and 1 for the international level. That, the insights, no, and the confidence brought about by the engagement, ito po yung naging inspiration namin to do these proposals for such a short period of time. Ito pong binabanggit kong accomplishment ay pang first quarter lang po ng 2022. Above all, we would like to share to you the number of faculty engaging in writing externally funded research. From 2 for the last 5 years, meron po kami ngayong 14 na faculty engaging in research writing for possible externally funded researches. So, gusto ko lang pong i-share din sa inyo, no? Aside from these things that we have been gaining from the program, gusto naming sabihin sa inyo na yung impact niya sa amin ay, I think it's long-lasting because at the end of the day, pag natapos yung engagement na to, maiiwan si UIP. And we are confident, I must say that we are confident now that because of the engagement we have been doing and the mentoring that Dr. Laude is extending to us, actually more than what is expected from her, ito po yung knowledge that we could transfer to our faculty today and the next generation of faculty researchers for the University of Ilocos, Philippines. Magandang hapon po sa lahat. Maraming salamat po, DOST. And of course, I would like to particularly mention DOST NRCP for the very hands-on na pag-aalaga po sa Ilocos Sur Polytechnic State College or the University of Ilocos, Philippines. Marami pong salamat.
Thank you very much, Dr. Annabel B. Francisco of Ilocos Sur Polytechnic State University. Sorry, college. Now, let us hear from the last presentation for the R&D Leadership Engagement, Dr. Ronald T. Del Castillo of World Food Program and its beneficiary, Dr. Rainier Moreno Lacal of St. Louis University.
Hi, I'm Dr. Ronald Del Castillo. I'm the RT lead for St. Louis University in Baguio. My field is primarily in mental health and public health. So I do right now consultation work on, of course, people's mental health research projects and programs, but also on social and behavior change communication, as well as mental health and human rights, as well as child protection and social protection services. So my work with St. Louis University is really on three areas. One, of course, is to refine their research project, which is specifically on developing a mental health app for the Cordillera region, which means IP-specific kind of mobile app. The second one is capacity strengthening on research methodology and the skills around developing research methods. And the last piece of our work together is policy writing based on the research that they are working on. My work with SLU is really to meet their needs in articulating well what they want in their research. In the beginning, there were some struggles around how best to communicate their idea around this mobile mental health, especially for IP folks and communities up in the Cordillera region. But over time, the need was really to how best to get to the point, if you will, and communicate a well-reasoned, evidence-based research. My approach is typically, the best way is Socratic. I ask a lot of questions. I tend to be forthright. I tend to be pointed. For example, it's almost like an interrogation session. I ask a lot of questions about how did you come to that conclusion, why this research objective over another, what do you mean by this versus that. And so for me, I think it's sort of challenging, if you will, challenging researchers, including SLU, to articulate their responses to my question allows them to think deeply more about what it is they really want to say. And at the end of the day, once you do that, I think it turns out that the answer is there. There's increased interest in mental health research, even just wanting to know more about what it is and how to do it. And so there have been a couple of invitations from other faculty at SLU for me to engage with them and their students about how to approach. For example, one particular invitation was to try to answer, where's the mental health research direction going? And I think that's an important one to have, a discussion for something for a research institution like SLU. But that said, it's also early days in our relationship together with SLU, so I'm confident that there will be additional growth on the part of the institution regarding research in general, but particularly mental health research.
Hi everyone, I'm Rainier C. Moreno Lacalle, a nursing faculty from St. Louis University, Baguio City. I'm here today to share with you our experience in the RD Lead program, and I have two major talking points today. First, I'll share with you some details such as the timeline of our proposal, some setbacks, reasons for requesting an RD leader, and the key learning points from the RD Lead program. Then the second point covers the lessons we have learned so far from the RD Lead program highlighting the Cordilleran tradition of Binadang. 5 universities established a network and started conceptualizing the mental health applications with SLU as the implementing agencies. I would like to emphasize that Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao Islands is represented in our project. When we presented this to the CAR Regional Development Council, we were asked to revise it. Their suggestions were helpful, reasonable, and kind. 2 years later, evaluations from the Governing Council were done. Our proposal was deferred. We bled for a little bit. Given this development, we realized that we needed help. A kind of help that we knew we couldn't get internally. That led us to the RD Lead program. Since we started last year, things have never been the same for SLU researchers. The RD Lead engagement is very helpful. Here are some key learning points. In our institution, there is 40 to 50% increase in faculty engagement in research in 2 schools in our university only. So hindi pa po kasama dito yung aming collaborating agencies. Also, this is the first time that we have had an inter-university research partnership with BSU, IFSU, Siliman, and Central Mindanao University. With the encouragement of our RD leader, the NCIP CAR, the main beneficiary of our output, is no longer yung nasa parang bleachers, ngayon partner na namin sila. And also, we learned that writing a grant proposal is different from thesis and article writing. It's really different. We need to be clear with our procedure and the institutional gatekeeping process, and to be able to communicate our research by using substantial diagrams and highlighting the socio-economic impact of our output. Lastly, the indigenous people of the Cordillera have the traditional concept called Binadang. Binadang is a Kangkanai term for cooperation. It refers to the spirit of communal unity, work, and cooperation to achieve a particular goal. As you can see in the picture, it takes a village to raise a child. A large part of that village includes immediate family members, but whether we like it or not, or realize it or not, the police, healthcare workers, and teachers also play a large role. So the same lang din po yung ginawa sa amin ng RD leader. Pinalaki niya yung aming immediate circle. In the Cordillera, each child is either a good or a bad product of the village where the child grew up. For example, when a minor will buy alcohol in the local store, it is our obligation whether to correct the person or not. So with that, the RD lead engagement is a binadang in its truest and purest sense. So we are grateful for your help. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Dr. Rainier Moreno Lacalle of St. Louis University, and of course to all our presenters today. At this moment, we will see a short video, an expert's journey, which showcase the Science for Change program synergism with the Balik Scientist program and the New Science and Technology Fellows program of the DOST. Let us now watch the video.
I'm currently working as a technical officer here at the International Atomic Energy Agency in Vienna, Austria. Ikaw?
Ito po, I just attended the conference kasi I'm still doing my PhD in Manchester, kaso hindi pa ako tapos. So ano Doc, wala ka bang balak umuwi ng Pilipinas?
Actually, balak na talagang umuwi. I think the opportunities back in the Philippines for researchers and scientists are better right now. In fact, I have spoken with Secretary Boy de la Peña of DOST in a conference last summer, and they actually invited me to join the Balik Scientist program.
Oh, that's great. So, do you think it's worth it coming back to the country?
Actually, pinag-isipan ko pa mabuti. I'm actually torn between opportunities overseas, here, and back home in the Philippines.
Sige, pag-isipan mo mabuti. I'm sure you will make the right decision. If it's good, sabihan mo ako kasi I'm planning to come back after my PhD. I wanted to work in the Philippines so I can give back to the country.
I agree with you. I'll really think about it. I really want to talk more, but I have to go. But let's catch up soon and then give me some updates.
Okay? Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Nice to see you again.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
I love the work that I've started here abroad, pero matagal-tagal din ako dito sa ibang bansa. Marami na akong natutunan. Gusto ko na rin bumalik sa Pilipinas. Doon nagsimula ang journey ko sa Balik Scientist Program. After a meeting with the Secretariat of the program at mapag-isipan ko ang mga bagay-bagay, bumalik ako sa Pilipinas noong 2019. At nung nakabalik ako sa aking inang bayan, ay nakatulong nga ako sa pag-unlad ng research and development ng Pilipinas, particular sa aspeto ng nuclear medicine na siyang nagpapabilis ng pagsusuri ng iba't ibang sakit gaya ng cancer. Naging kaagapay ko ang Philippine Nuclear Research Institute upang maisagawa ang research na ito. It is really rewarding to serve the country. Masaya ako na bumalik ako sa Pilipinas. Maraming challenges pero dahil sa naniniwala talaga ako na that's how we grow as experts, opportunities arise in those challenging times and I became a better person for it. I want to do more and I want to be a part of the DOST family. Right after ako maging Balik Scientist, sumabak na agad ako bilang isang S&T Fellow. Layunin ng programang ito na mapalakas ang human resource or HR complement ng DOST sa pamamagitan ng pag-hire ng mga maabilidad na researchers, scientists at engineers. Sila ay mangunguna sa iba't ibang research and development o R&D projects and programs na makakapagbigay ng positibong pagbabago sa bansa. Ang mga S&T Fellows na katulad ko ay nakatalaga sa iba't ibang DOST R&D institutes and councils. Sana marami pang science experts ang maengganyo manatili sa Pilipinas at mapiling magsilbi sa bayan. Salamat sa S&T Fellows Program dahil nabigyan ako ng pagkakataon na magbigay serbisyo para sa mga kapwa ko Pilipino. Kaya naman masaya ako maging isang S&T Fellow sapagkat naipagpatuloy ko yung mga nasimulan ko nung Balik Scientist pa ako. At ngayon, nangyari nga ang pinakaasam namin na groundbreaking ng kauna-unahang nuclear medicine facility sa Philippine Nuclear Research Institute. Naniniwala ako maraming matutulungan mga kababayan natin ang pasilidad na ito.
Teka, fellow ka ba or balik scientist?
Actually, Balik Scientist ako, pero nung natapos na yung engagement ko, in-invite na ako to join the S&T Fellows Program. And then, nag-apply ako and then I was successful to get in.
SNT fellow ako, pero under DOST shirt.
Ako sa PNRI. And then in fact, marami akong projects doon na naka-line up and I was thinking of mga ways para ma-fund sila.
May alam ako.
Science for Change Program.
With that, we will now proceed to the live question and answer or Q&A of the program. To facilitate as moderator, may we call on the head of the Science for Change Program Management Office, Ms. Maria Anya Yasmin Roslin. May we also invite for Yusek Gev, Yusek Sancho, and the 10 project leaders. Also, for the audience, if there are any questions, please write them down and submit to Mr. Murphy. Ayan po siya. Ayan.
Maraming salamat, Porsche. Alright, although we are nearing lunchtime, and dito na naman ako sa portion na to, kaaway ko na naman ang lunch, we are excited for this Q&A portion to know more about the S4C funded projects here in North Luzon. So I would also like to invite our participants in Zoom and Facebook to also key in your questions, and I will address to the appropriate speakers later on. And congratulations to North Luzon Cluster. We are full house today. A round of applause to everyone. Thank you po. Alright, now let's get straight to the questions. Favorite ko talagang unahin si Yusek Geva sa tanong. Alright, so Yusek, you have shown impressive numbers and accomplishments of the Science for Change program. Ma'am, what inspired you and all the people involved in the creation of the Science for Change program? What is the inspiration of the S4CP?
Thank you very much for that question, Anya. Hindi lang isa ang naging inspiration ng Science for Change program. I have to say na madami kaming conversations ng the late Yusek Brenda. Lagi siyang umaangal sa akin na bakit konti lang yung funding sa Mindanao, konti lang yung funding sa Visayas, and so on. And sabi namin baka dapat reviewin natin ano ba yung itsura ng funding pattern natin for R&D. And naging obvious nga na kulang talaga yung funding for R&D in the 14 other regions of the country. Tapos, isa pa dyan, si Secboy kasi ano yan, inclusive innovation talaga ang battle cry. Kaya kita mo naman, Secretary Fortunato T. de la Peña, SFTP, Science for the People. So, that is the inspiration behind the Science for Change program. And napaka-deliberate ng pagbuo namin ng programa. Una, sabi namin, tanungin natin yung mga regions, ano ba yung mga pangangailangan nila, at siguraduhin natin na yung mga itatayo ng mga R&D centers ay tatapat yung pag-solve ng mga problems ng regions. Kaya may nicer. Tapos sabi namin, teka muna, hindi sila ready maggawa ng mga proposals. So padala natin ng mga veteran R&D leaders. Kaya nagkaroon ng RD leader. Tapos sabi namin, alam mo, kahit mag-research ng sandamukal ang mga universities, pag hindi naman na-absorb ng mga kumpanya, walang kwenta din yan. So nagkaroon tayo ng cradle. Sabi natin, let us make it easy for companies to do R&D. Yung university ang gagawa ng R&D for them. Kaya nagkaroon ng cradle. Yung pinakamahirap naming ibentang program, yung BIST, Business Innovation through Science and Technology, ay para naman mag-research na talaga yung mga companies for them to be more productive and for them to be globally competitive. So, yan yung mga naging inspirasyon namin. Maraming salamat sa tanong.
Thank you. Thank you, Yusek Gev. Science for Change talaga no, is science for the people. And again, with the 5 years implementation of the program, naramdaman talaga ng ating regions yung ating inclusive innovation. Maraming salamat, Yusek. Our next question po, may I proceed first with our NICER program leaders. To Dr. Gani Angeles. Sir, with the implementation of this program, the Freshwater Fisheries Center, what has changed in the freshwater fisheries sector in Region 2 for the first, and then second for the Isabela State University, and third for you as a project leader.
Okay, so thank you, Ma'am Anya. Magandang umaga po sa USEC exam. Good morning, everyone. With the implementation of Freshwater Fisheries Center of Isabela State University under the NICER program, the center has contributed to the development of freshwater fisheries sector in Region 2. In fact, the center, together with the Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources, has introduced eel as an aquaculture commodity option for their livelihood. And in support to this, we have established the Cagayan Valley Aquaculture Producers Cooperative. And for the Isabela State University, as we have seen in the video, the Freshwater Fisheries Center building was renovated. Maraming salamat, DOST. And the equipment and facilities were upgraded. And these facilities are being used by the students and researchers for them to conduct R&D and extension and training activities in the university. And as a program leader, it is really most fulfilling part that we can also introduce aquaculture technologies that could be adapted by the fish farmer and that could lead to the not only to the feasible livelihood, but also to sustainable fishery industry in the region.
Maraming salamat, Doc Kani. Personally, nakita ko yung Freshwater Fishery Center and sa facade pa lang, gusto ko na talagang magpa-picture, hindi ko pa nakikita yung laboratory nila. So thank you po, and also to Isabela State University. Our next question is to Dr. Janice Bocao of the Garlic R&D Center. Sir, we talk about change in the impact of the Science for Change program. In your case, for the Garlic R&D Center, what is the most fulfilling part of being the leader for the Garlic R&D?
Thank you very much, DOST, for providing us with this Garlic R&D Center. As the leader of the Garlic R&D Center, the most fulfilling part for me is to see that our initiatives are relevant to the solution, the solution of the solution of problems hampered by this garlic industry, and to become instrumental in the revitalization of garlic industry in the Philippines. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Johnny. Excited na po kaming pumunta sa MMSU to see yung mga innovations na in-introduce ng ating for the garlic industry. Thank you po. Next question is for Director Cynthia for the Potato R&D Center. Ma'am, ito current affairs. Recently, pag pumupunta ka sa isang fast food chain, hindi ka makaka-order ng large fries. Bawal, medium lang. Okay, ma'am, sa kasalukuyan, may French fries shortage. Wala tayong mabili na medium or large fries sa ngayon dahil may global freight crisis. Paano po kaya makakatulong ang Potato R&D Center sa global potato supply?
There's really an issue on the potato fries, not only in the Philippines but globally. And this was brought about by the problem on the freight, problem on the importation, and also on the weather disturbances and diseases that is according to the news. Now, it was proven scientifically that the production of quality and quantity supply of potato or any other crops always start on good seeds. Now, on the Potato R&D Center, we have generated technologies, most especially on the production of these quality planting materials. This potato seed system is already operationalized following the standard potato seed system in the Philippines. And we have also local varieties that we call it the Igorota, and which is the most popular local potato varieties that is good for chips and also good for French fries. And so this is also one of our goal is to increase the number of potato varieties that is good for these French fries. And we have also integrated pest management, which will answer to get rid of the major diseases that is affecting the quality of these processing potatoes. So with all these technologies, these are already with the farmers. That's why we would like also at this juncture, we would like also to call on these these private companies or this fast food chain to partner with our farmers and also with the Potato R&D Center for us also to define other gaps on the problems on the processing potato. The Potato R&D Center is also planning to have a stakeholder meeting or conference with all the potato stakeholders for us to come up with what else are the gaps on the potato processing so that we could answer them. And we have to prioritize so that we have a continuous innovation on the production of these potato processing endeavors. Thank you.
Maraming salamat, Director Cynthia of the Potato R&D Center. Next time, hindi na talaga tayo, in the near future, hindi na tayo dependent on the importation of potato at mas malaya na tayo makakapag-upgrade ng ating French fries in the near future. Thank you po. Alright, thank you to all our nicer program leaders. May I go back po to our leaders here in the OST? Yusek Maborang. Sir, we have heard stories of empowerment, resiliency, and innovation happening in the regions. Relative to this, sir, what would be your, in a way, wish list in particularly North Luzon or in the region, nationwide, relative to the growth of the science and technology in the next 6 years?
Salamat, Anya, sa iyong katanungan. Well, very timely, because in the last months, after yung restrictions have been eased up, I did my regional sorties, and in fact, 10 regions na I have visited. And I saw the status of the STI ecosystems in the various regions. And siguro ang aspirations ko and wish list, not only for the North Luzon, but for the 16 regions, would be first, yung ating SMT infrastructure, if I may call it that way. I think that we need to improve and sustain the establishment of laboratories in the regions. Testing facilities are also needed in the areas of metals and engineering, agriculture, and furniture sector. I also wish that more of our professors conduct R&D. And as mentioned by Yusek Geb this morning, yung R&D output na nakikinabang ang taong bayan at hindi lang nakikinabang yung university o yung professor. Gusto kong lumabas itong mga R&D outputs in the four corners or four pillars of the universities and to be able to help yung mga compelling and address yung mga compelling problems natin. Like the problems of the industry, kailangan ay maging relevant tayo. So, aside from that, ay gusto ko rin yung ating mga researchers tinitingala, hindi lamang sa Pilipinas, kundi sa buong mundo. I saw a lot of brilliant, and I have spoken to them, a lot of brilliant researchers in the regions. Kailangan lang natin bigyan ng opportunities. Kailangan natin bigyan ng facilities. And I think also that we need to respond to the needs of the industry. Alam mo, ito yung isa nating problema. Masyadong mababa yung appreciation sa mga ginagawa natin, the STI personnel. Mababa pa, and I hope that in the near future, once that we will be able to do most of these things, then we will be highly appreciated by other stakeholders, especially yung ating mga leaders in the regions, the politicians, the industry partners, and non-government organizations. Thank you.
Maraming salamat, Yusek Maborang. Again, paulit-ulit siguro natin sinasabi, the future is Science for Change program. Kaya support the Science for Change program bill, yung mga wish list ni Yusek Maborang for the regions. Nakapaloob po yan sa ating Science for Change program bill. Maraming salamat. And wag po natin kalimutan yung homework ng ating mga program leaders, project leaders na dapat mas maging competitive pa tayo, not just locally but internationally. Maraming salamat po, Yusek Sam. Alright, so let's proceed to our Cradle project leaders. Unahin ko na po yung ating HES project, si Project Leader Engineer Adele. Ma'am, you have impressive project collaboration with Edge System Engineering, truly embodying the Cradle framework. Ito po yung lang natin. As a general experience po in applying for the Cradle grant, what do you think are the factors contributing to a successful application under the program?
Thank you very much, ma'am. Good morning po, everyone. I think po, one thing is the good relationship that we have with our industry partner. Kasi it was developed through the years dahil lagi namang nagpe-present si Sir Edsel sa school namin. And of course, yung dedication nung mga faculty to promote change in the Philippines. So with that, yung engagement nila, while we are doing yung conceptualization ng project namin, we were able to identify kung ano talaga yung underlying problem na meron tayo sa Philippines. And with that, we were able to come up with a good proposal that can promote sustainable solution especially for those people that are currently located on underserved areas in the Philippines. And yung problem na nga na yun is lighting problem. Thank you po.
Maraming salamat, Engineer Adele. Again, to confirm yung sagot ni Ma'am, no, lumabas din sa case study ng ating Cradle program na indeed, may successful lang isang collaboration pag meron na talaga silang existing na partnership with the industry and vice versa. Okay po. Moving on to Dr. Irma. Ma'am, ay po, for the meter's eye, I think this question is also similar to the question from Miss Juliet Lucas from Zoom. So ma'am, we witnessed the importance of the meter's eye project for the cassava farmers. Can the output of this project, cassava detection and mapping system, also be used to other crops in the country?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Ma'am Anya. First, the goal of the Demeter's Eye project is to address cassava farmers' problem on the detection, recognition, monitoring, and mapping of phytoplasma disease in their cassava plantation, particularly in San Guillermo, Isabela. Second, with that intention, so we are not limiting to cassava crop, but the implementation or the application of the technology may also be extended to other crops like rice, corn, pineapple, among others, provided the technology will be calibrated accordingly. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ma'am Irma. Again, personally, bisita ko talaga yung San Guillermo na project site nila. Impressive. At yung mga farmers talaga, they are lining up para doon sa cassava detection, yung Demeter's Eye na project. And nagtatanong sila na kailan po kaya susunod or kailan nasa amin naman ay mapupunta yung pag-detect ng...
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Maraming salamat, ma'am. Thank you po. Our next question is for the iDrip project kay Professor Dennis de la Cruz. Sir, sa inyong palagay, ito usually na usapan, no? Yung usapin ng intellectual property, ito po kaya ay challenge para sa isang collaborative research? Paano po ito hinahandle ng Bulacan State University as a partner company and of course Pure Nectar?
So, thank you very much, ma'am. Good morning po. Good morning po sa lahat. So, I think yung usapin po ng IP is not a challenge po talaga. So, for me, it's an opportunity to explore between partners. So, tulad din po ng sinabi ni Ma'am Adele kanina, so I think pinakamahalaga po na factor for the success of any engagement like this one is yung maganda pong relationship. And I think on that note po, kailangan po natin ma-establish po yung open communication. And of course, yung trust po, kailangan po mabuo po natin during our the collaboration po, no? Then, actually, yung usapin po ng IP, even the start po ng drafting ng proposal is napag-uusapan na po yan. In fact, one of the requirements of the CRADL is the Collaborative Research Agreement. So somehow may overview na din po kami or general content for the IP. Then, I just want also to thank din po, kunin ko na din pagkakataon, no? With DOST Fishered po, actually Bulacan State University is one of the grantees of the IMPACT program or the IP management program for academic institution commercializing technologies. So actually hindi naman po bago sa university yung pag-generate ng IP. What I can say is, ang medyo bago po is yung pag-generate po ng IP wherein meron po kaming kasamang partner since the start. So sabihin po natin medyo complicated po yung most likely yung magiging agreement. Pero with the help of that program, the IMPACT program po, yung network po na na-establish namin dyan, nabibigyan po kami ng mentorship ng mga expert na po or may experience po regarding that idea po. Thank you.
Maraming salamat po, Professor De La Cruz. Again, kasangga talaga ng ating collaborative research endeavors ay yung ating collaborative research agreement. So, imperative po yan sa ating mga collaborations. Thank you, sir. Alright. So, I will just entertain questions from the floor or Zoom. To Ma'am Gev. Ma'am, may question si Miss Christine Gay of Zoom. Ma'am, how can we join this project, S4CP, with DOST?
Napakadali niyan. Meron tayong mga calls for proposal. Katatapos lang nung call for proposal natin nung March 1 to 31 this year. Ang hope natin, magkakaroon na naman tayo ng call for proposal sa August or September. Abangan lang po ninyo. Ang importante po, bago pa kami mag-call for proposal, i-ready na po ninyo yung mga collaboration ninyo, pati po yung pag-prepare ninyo ng proposal. Kasi ang labanan po dito, para lang sa ating mga kasamahan dito, nitong March 1 to 31, ang natanggap po naming proposal sa buong DOST, hindi lang sa Science for Change program, puro R&D ay 800 plus proposals. Doon sa 800 plus proposals na yon, mga 100 lang po ang makakalusot doon at mapopondohan namin. Kaya kailangan po napakaganda po ng ating proposal. At wala pong bawal sumali. Lahat po ay invited to join. So, sali na po kayo.
Ayan, invited po lahat. So, be ready lang with your proposals and submit via the DPMIS or DOST Project Management Information System. Okay, another question from Zoom, from Ms. Trelly Margiza. Yusek Sancho, para sa inyo po. Sir, how do you disseminate to the communities or masses the replicable success stories or practices from all S4CP projects? How are opportunities for grants? Parang putol po yung question, sir. Sige, ito na lang po. Sir, how do you disseminate to the communities yung ating mga success stories from the practices or yung mga funded projects natin sa S4CP?
Okay, thank you. Several ways, yung ating dissemination, several ways and mechanism. First, I'd like to mention that the Science, Technology and Information Institute has been helping us a lot in info dissemination from the provincial science and technology centers up to the regional offices. And aside from this, may mga knowledge management portfolio. Like I can mention yung Region 6, yung mga resulta ng kanilang R&D output, gumawa sila ng libro. At nakalimutan ko kung ano yung pangalan . But this publication is being shared to all sectors. In fact, ang maganda rito, yung kanilang Regional Development Council. Alam naman natin na yung ating RDC is a very strong group of leaders in the region, and it's the highest policy-making body. And with this info dissemination, they're able to appreciate what we are doing on the ground. So, meron din naman tayong kagaya ng ginagawa ni RDJC, RDRMAN, meron din tayong ginagawang mga promotions over the radio. They have regular programs, sometimes also in television, local TV dahil mahal ang national television. So, ganon ang ating ginagawa. At siguro babanggitin ko na rin na sometimes we go down to the barangay level. Importante rin kasi na yung mga nasa laylayan ng ating lipunan ay makaalam ng ating ginagawa. At mamanya minamatch natin ito, yung the technologies that we promote and disseminate should match yung ating audience. So from the lowest up to the highest. Thank you.
Maraming salamat, Yusek Sam. Also, talking about information dissemination, we have recently launched the series of the Science for the People book. We have Science for Change, Science for Community, Science for International Collaboration, Science for Innovation. So, downloadable po yan lahat sa DOST website. Yan, marami po tayong success stories dyan. Moving on to our questions for our RD Lead program. To our RD Lead, Dr. Brennan Baldovino. Sir, briefly, what has changed in the SMU upon or after your engagement with them relative to their R&D initiative?
Hello, good afternoon everyone. Actually, nasa mid-stage pa kami ng engagement, and right now, though we did almost lagpas na kami 50% of our engagement. So we focus on yung mga collaboration. Kasi the first time nung na-meet ko yung SMU, ang lagi nilang sinasabi is, we would like to be just like the LSU, like the IBET, which is the National Center for Medical Robotics. So, ang engagement ko with them is actually to build the biomedical engineering R&D center for SMU. And I told them, sabi ko, ang dami rin namin na-experience. Like for example, kasi every time we have some consultation meetings, ang like ko mini-mention is, it's not only about the biomedical engineering aspect, but also experiences. I remember one time na share ko sa kanila, we were rejected sa Picari by CHED, and good thing Yusek Gev was there, and she said, submit niyo sa PCHRD kasi we feel na parang ready na yung proposal niyo. So, good thing is yun. So, we follow her advice and yun, na-accept kami. So, I shared it to SMU. Sabi ko kasi, they've been submitting papers and proposals na na-reject not only by, not only by Cradle, but also by new R&D. So, right now, we have, I think, 4 ready proposals for the next call. And focus namin right now is really to build also a center. Good thing about the center is that hindi ka na, siguro, there's a continuity kasi we believe that after this 1-year RD Lead program, gusto natin maging sustainable din yung university, the institute na sinusupport namin. And yun yung feeling ko, ni-expect ko. No? So, yun po. Thank you.
Maraming salamat po, Dr. Baldovino. Looking forward to those proposals from SMU. Thank you po. Moving on to our beneficiary for our RD Leader program, Dr. Annabel Francisco. Ma'am, briefly, with the engagement of the RD Leader in ISPSC, what do you think is one deliverable that has left a mark on your institution?
Hello. I would like to mention three. First po yung preparation ng mga proposals na sabihin ko, brilliant yung idea at maayos ang pagkakasulat. Pangalawa, confidence. And then pangatlo, yung network. Yung pong number one, sabi nga ni ma'am, no, 800 yung nag-submit, 100 lang yung natanggap. So, lahat ng aspeto ng proposal, sa RD lead sa amin, mula pa lang sa concept hanggang sa LIB, sinisipat na kaagad ni Dr. Laudion. Lahat yon tinitingnan niya one by one. Yung natutunan namin sa kanya, particularly sa akin, on a personal note, yung paggawa ng LIB. Kasi ma'am, yung other parts ng proposal, pwede kong matutunan sa university, ma'am. Pero yung LIB, hindi yan itinuturo sa university. At si ma'am lang po ang nagturo sa amin yan. At nagamit namin siya, ma'am, nung nag-create kami ng proposal for an international grant. Wala po kasing ibinigay na format si international grant. So yung natutunan namin na insight sa paggawa ng LIB, eto na yung ginamit namin. Na going to the second one, na confidence. Kasi kapag alam mo yung ginagawa mo, medyo mas malakas yung loob mo na gumawa ng proposal, number one, and pangalawa, isubmit at i-click yung send ng proposal. Then of course, yung network. Sabi ko nga po kanina, ano yan, habang buhay kami, may network kaming na-establish. Outside pa doon sa ini-expect from the RD leader. Actually, ma'am, ngayon si Ma'am Tonette Laude is a member of our external reviewers para sa aming international journal. Hindi na yun kasama po sa trabaho niya bilang RD leader, pero she is working with us in that project. Also, she is our evaluator, external evaluator sa aming in-house reviews. Those things, ma'am, hinatid ni R&D sa amin at magli-leave ng imprint sa amin forever.
Maraming salamat po, Dr. Francisco. And again, yung hindi natin na-measure no, doon sa ating mga 6 P's, 2 I's is the level of confidence na naibigay natin sa ating mga universities. Thank you po. All right. And moving on to Dr. Rainier Moreno Lacal of St. Louis University. What will it take for SLU to be a front-runner in R&D in the next 3 to 6 years?
Thank you sa question. Nai-imagine ko kasi kung ano yung parang future dun sa question. Siguro mag-start kami sa mga baby steps. Like, right now, kailangan naming maitawid yung proposal na fund-worthy. So, yan yung aming immediate goal at this point. Kung meron na kaming approval, we will try to mentor students, grad students, fellow co-faculty, and also kasi may policy na deliverables dun sa RD lead namin. Kasi naniniwala kami na kung ma-embed yung research sa university policy, mas magiging stable and enduring yung change. For example, hindi lang siya parang carrot and stick, but rather parang out of love for research or out of love for science or out of love for the people. That's why we are doing the research endeavor. And of course, siguro after 5 years, ang nai-imagine ko, na nakaka-inggit yung mga kasama ko kasi niche center na sila. So, sana after 5 years, niche center na rin ng St. Louis University. Kilala na kami in one aspect, and sa amin is mental health informatics. And also, na-imagine ko rin yung future na kahit kami sa SLU, nagpo-produce na rin kami ng mga RD leader na dito sa Norte, pwede na kaming mag-tap and we can, kami-kami na rin mismo, nagtutulungan sa isa kasi well-equipped na kami. So yun yung future, na beautiful future na na-imagine ko with the RD lead.
Wow, maraming salamat Dr. Rainier. What a beautiful foresight. And again, kung tatanungin siguro si Dr. Rainier kung paano, para saan siya bumabangon para sa R&D. Thank you, sir. And last but not the least, we have Ms. Zane from Bioassets. Kanina, no, we have witnessed the presentation of the Bioasset Corp. They are a private company for their pioneering work in development of point-of-need for animal health diagnostic system. Ma'am, the question, for Bioasset, do you have plans to bring your R&D and biocontainment facility in the region, especially to those areas where animal disease prevention is much needed?
So una sa lahat po, good morning po. Magpapakilala po muna ako bilang wala po dito ang aming project leader. So I am Carol po. I am a research veterinarian po and laboratory manager of Bioassets Corporation. So I am here on behalf of Dr. Homer Pantua po, who is currently based in the US po right now. So regarding po din sa question, that is the reason po why we decided to push through with the first element po of our project, which is the point-of-need diagnostics. So kaya po namin present po kanina yung mobile laboratory unit because we would like to bring these services to resource-limited areas. Kasi as we all know, majority of our hog farmers po ay mga backyard farmers po. So these are located po sa mga rural areas. So, medyo malalayo na po. As mentioned nga po kanina ni Yusek Guevara, na may regional disparity. And I agree na hindi lang po siya sa R&D, but even po sa mga basic services and diagnostic services, lalo na po na hinaharap po natin ngayon ang ating ASF outbreak. So yes, yung plan po namin is to do this, to execute this with the use po of our mobile laboratory units. And on top of that po, now that we already have our prototype po for our mobile laboratory units, ay gusto rin po namin i-incorporate doon ang precision diagnostics po. Ayun lang. Salamat.
Maraming salamat, Ms. Carol. Again, malaki talaga yung role of our private companies in accelerating R&D in the country. Kaya importante din po ang ating collaboration with them. So with that, maraming salamat and thank you to this ends our Q&A portion. We had a robust interaction. So again, ladies and gentlemen, a warm applause to all our project leaders here on stage and our leaders from DOST, Yusek Guevara and Yusek Maborang. Everyone, can we remain on stage, on center stage for a quick photo op?
Thank you. Thank you very much again, Yusek Guevara, Yusek Sancho, and our 10 project leaders, and to all our participants who pitch in their questions. And that concludes the first half of our event today. I am Portia, your host for the Science for Change Summit North Luzon Cluster, and we will take a short lunch break before we proceed for the much-awaited Science for Change Awards. Please stay tuned for the institutional videos and see you at 1:30 in the afternoon. Pwede na po tayong pumila para po sa ating pagkain.
New and exciting ways to innovate are cropping up all around, taking on adaptive measures and pioneer approaches in a collective response to society's most pressing needs. It's happening now. We decide what our new normal should be. So how do we harness this momentum for inclusive and lasting change? The first step is R&D. Businesses invest in research and development so they can continue to grow, enabling companies to become more competitive through new technologies, better processes, and innovative solutions. Under the Science for Change program, DOST promotes the culture of innovation, integrating R&D efforts to level the playing field and keep up with the demands of the times. S4CP introduces the Business Innovation through S&T for Industry program, giving companies financial assistance to acquire strategic and relevant technologies for their own R&D. BIST accepts multi-year project proposals, co-sharing 70% of the total project cost to be refunded on the third year of implementation at 0% interest. Send in your applications and be a game changer with R&D. For more details, follow us on Facebook or shoot us an email. We'll help you level up.
Ang agham at teknolohiya ay daan tungo sa pag-unlad ng bayan.
Susi sa pag-unlad ng ekonomiya, patungo sa magandang kinabukasan ng bawat isa.
Paglikha, paghahanap, at aplikasyon ng kaalaman para sa kaunlaran ng pangkalahatang pamumuhay.
Ay sinag ng pag-asa.
Ay importante sa pag-unlad ng ekonomiya ng isang bansa.
Ang game changer para sa new normal.
Ay susi sa kaunlaran.
Ay mapagpabago, napapanahon at tumutugon sa mga pangangailangan ng lipunan at patuloy nitong pag-unlad.
Ay sandigan ng buhay at ang maghahatid ng magandang kinabukasan.
Ay tulay at lakas tungo sa kaunlaran ng ating ekonomiya.
Susi sa kaunlaran. Ang siyang mangunguna sa pag-unlad ng Rehiyon 1.
Ay susi sa pag-unlad ng Mindanao.
Ay sandigan sa pag-unlad ng ating bansa.
Ay para mabago at umusbong ang buhay ng mga seaweed farmers.
Para sa mga pamilya na nakatira sa mga pamayanan na jida at walang kuryente.
Ay para rin sa pag-create ng mga livelihood para sa mga small farmers natin and IT communities.
Para sa ating mga kapatid na lumad dito sa Davao Region.
Ang agham at teknolohiya ay para sa bayan.
Ang agham at teknolohiya ay para sa pagbabago at pag-unlad ng bawat Pilipino.
Have you been thinking lately to apply as a big scientist? How long has it been in your plan to send your application? In the Balik Scientist program, we always make room for development. That's why we made the application process easier for you. We bring you the 5 easy steps to jumpstart your journey as a Balik Scientist. First step, go to the Balik Scientist website. In the top right-most header, click the Apply Now. Second step, fill up the online application registration form. Start from the type of engagement down to your specialization. Click Submit. Third step, verification email will pop up on your screen. Then click Proceed. You will receive an email notification that your registration form has been submitted. This email will also lead you to your options. Option A is if you already have a host institution, or option B is if you need assistance in finding a host institution. You may then click on your option. Fourth step, if you don't have a host institution yet. Verify the details you have indicated and fill up the additional information needed. Once all details are correct, click Next. Upload all the necessary requirements. Once you're done, you can preview your application. If you are satisfied, click Submit. Fourth step, if you have a host institution. We suggest here that you do your application together with your host institution, as it is easier to complete all necessary information. At the end of the application, upload all the necessary documents requested from you. Once you're done, you can preview your application. If you are satisfied, click Submit. Fifth step, after you have completed the application form, you will be given a tracking number. Please use this to get updated on the status of your application. The Balik Scientist Program Secretariat will review your application, and you are now a step closer to becoming a Balik Scientist. In case you have any inquiries with regards to your application, you can always send us an email at bsp@dost.gov.ph. Like and follow our Facebook page at fb.com/balikscientist.
As we navigate through the dramatic shifts caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, we are called upon to become catalysts of change. We nurture innovation at its foundations, creating convergence and developing readily adaptable solutions where they are needed most. Together, shaping the new normal and beyond, we can make it happen. Through science and technology, DOST empowers private companies to adapt to an ever-changing economic landscape. As part of the Science for Change program, the collaborative R&D to leverage Philippine economy, or CRADLE, transforms the way we do business through Filipino-honed solutions. Academia and industry, bringing innovative ideas to life. Fostering collaboration in research and development, the CRADLE program offers a grant of up to 5 million pesos to collaborative R&D between local Filipino-owned companies and higher education or R&D institutions to address a present need while promoting the smooth transition of new technologies. We are looking for project proposals that are innovative, relevant, problem-focused, cost-competitive, cost-efficient, scientifically sound, and technically feasible. Partner with us and take on the challenge. For more details, follow us on Facebook or shoot us an email. Turn ideas into reality with R&D.
Because of the global health pandemic, we now realize more than ever the critical role of science and health experts play in guiding our country leaders in decision-making.
The DOST S&T Fellows Program, under the Office of the Undersecretary for Research and Development, aims to boost the R&D capacity of the department through a pool of science experts and innovators.
We came to recognize that there is also an urgent need to beef up and increase the human resource capacity in R&D at DOST.
Sabi nga nila, basta may problema, ay ihahanap natin ng solusyon. At yung problema natin at walang natili items ay ihanap natin ng solusyon, innovative solution.
The S&T Fellows will be assigned to different DOST R&D institutes and councils to lead and deliver innovative strategies, projects, programs, and services to Filipinos. The program encourages brilliant and diligent S&T experts to stay in the Philippines. This is also a long-term solution that guarantees a strong workforce for the DOST.
Tuloy tayong lumalaban sa pagsubok na ito at inaasahan natin na marami pa tayong pagdadaanan sa hinaharap. At magiging ganap tayong handa harapin ang iba't ibang pagsubok kung mayroon tayong sapat na kaalaman at mga eksperto sa bansa.
Unang-una po, may kasi, ongoing research kami dito sa TAU. May mga problems po kasi na dapat namin tugunan at ito ay mainly on virus diseases ng sweet potato, which is one of our main commodities, and it is an important crop dito po sa Tarlac Province and the whole of Central Luzon.
Oo, kasi since nasa field of bioenergy din kasi si Dr. Genuino, so I thought na malaki yung maitutulong niya para ma-establish talaga itong lab. Itong bioenergy lab.
In the Division of Management, we recognize the need for mentors and consultative na engagement so that we can be guided in the way we do things, and also we will be helped out in terms of improving our teaching, our public service and research. The Balik Scientist program was instrumental in terms of course, from the network, and then with the collaboration and with the support of the institution, specifically DOST, we were given this opportunity to tap resources, very important resources, because we're talking about experts in the field of or in areas that is not currently in the competency pool of the division.
Naging impact ng Balik Scientist program, specifically with Dr. Durley Fabiano, is that it has opened the research and the research arm of the College of Architecture. One thing that the College of Architecture is lacking right now, other than the lack of manpower in teaching, is that we also lack the knowledge in engaging in research. And I think Dr. Durley coming into the College of Architecture opened up that possibility wherein the College of Architecture can really cross the research and extension, specifically in addressing certain issues in architecture, such as disaster risk reduction, conservation, and urban planning.
Actually, madami ma'am. Una, dati wala naman kaming mga parang connections with other universities, especially sa UP. So after niyang mag-engage dito, yung first engagement niya, which is yung ground station, naging partner school namin yung UP, and isa na kami ngayon sa mga founding university dun sa University and Space Engineering Consortium ng Philippines. So, na-send na rin ako sa Japan for UNISEC Global, yung mga consortium. And marami kaming engagement, like Project Pugad, kasama din kami doon. So, part nun is yung ground station namin, which is naka-house din dito. And then also, marami siyang engagement like this one. Naging partner namin yung Philippine Navy. Actually, hindi lang siya Philippine Navy kasi naging part din siya ng project na rocket, which is sa CHED naman. Yun naman, ang partner namin is yung Air Force at saka yung military. So, madami kaming nakikitang potential na mga project na pang national security talaga.
In terms of output, we were able to deliver some projects, no, and activities that we deemed impossible before the Balik Scientists. One major change in the organization was really the change in perspective. It has widened our horizon in terms of research and
ay handang tumanggap ng mga nananais at tumulong sa mga research activities po namin dito along production, manufacturing, along industry development, kasi we need to put up our commodities into industry para lalong mas maraming makinabang ng mga Pilipino. So, kagaya sinabi ko po, kami po ay handang mag-host, madagdagan po sana yung aming mga balik scientists dito sa university para laron ma-improve yung aming mga programa, yung aming po mga research programs at extension programs dito sa university.
Balik na kayo. Tulungan nyo kami para yung yung conveniences nila, yung good life nila doon, maging totoo yan para dito sa bansa natin.
For the Balik scientists that we have all over the world, your country needs you. Now that you have learned and earned expertise, knowledge, maybe this is really the right time for you to go home and help the country solve its own problems. So this country could also develop to whatever level that this country is potential of. Umuwi na kayo sa Pilipinas kung mahal niyo ang Pilipinas.
Balik puso, balik Pilipinas, balik scientist.
The surge of the COVID-19 pandemic had put a threat to the advancement of science and technology in the country. However, the Balik Scientist program, as administered by the Department of Science and Technology, continues to uphold its goal to create opportunities and to build stronger scientific communities without compromising the health and safety of our Balik scientists. Last September 1, 2021, the DOST BSP enhanced its supplemental guidelines and risk management plan by amending the Special Order Number 0415, Series 2020, to Special Order Number 0225, Series of 2021. Its goal is to continue the program's endeavors and to ensure the Balik scientists' safety by providing alternative means of engagement and incentives for the awardees. The amended guideline provides more conducive work arrangements for short-term and medium-term Balik scientists. The short-term engagement of 15 days to 6 months now offers arrangement of either pure remote or a combination of remote and on-site for Balik scientists. Such arrangement is anchored on the proposed TOR or Terms of Reference of the Balik scientist. The Balik scientist with proposed COVID or non-COVID related activities can now afford to be engaged remotely. For this arrangement, new applicants and Balik scientists with ongoing engagements can apply. On the other hand, the medium-term engagement shall be conducted purely on-site. Only new applicants can apply in this work arrangement. The special order also provides provisions and incentives for the on-site and remote engagement. For the on-site engagement, the following will be given. Number 1, provision of one round-trip airfare originating from a foreign country to the Philippines. Number 2, exemption from payment of Philippine tax travel for the Balik scientists. 3, reimbursement of expenses for excess baggage. 4, tax-exempt daily subsistence allowance or DSA of $200 or based on the prevailing UNDP rate, whichever is higher. 5, accident, travel, and health or medical insurances, including dental, COVID-19, and other emergent infections, are covered. 6, provided that COVID-19 testing is not included in the health or medical insurances, the program shall cover the cost of testing as necessary. As per the remote engagement, a monthly incentive to at least salary grade 27 with the formula displayed on the screen will be provided. This supplemental guideline shall remain in force as long as there are travel restrictions and implementation of 14 days quarantine in the Philippines, and shall become ineffective upon written order by the DOST Secretary.
With the COVID-19 pandemic, we are facing an unprecedented global crisis with immense local impacts. Government, industry, academe, and civil society are working together more than ever, so we may not only adapt to present conditions, but are able to transform it. Inclusive innovation is our new normal. It's happening now, and we are part of this change. All over the world, people are responding to global challenges with innovative solutions backed by research and development. Setting the foundation for a globally competitive knowledge economy, the Department of Science and Technology launched the Science for Change program, enabling individuals and institutions to develop products and services that improve the lives of Filipinos in the countryside, creating opportunities to improve science and technology infrastructure in the regions. S4CP introduces the Niche Centers in the Regions for R&D program, or NICER, a grant for universities to become focal points for R&D from a local to a national scale, where research outputs meet industry needs. The grant is open to higher education institutions with a capacity for multi-year R&D program implementation. We're looking for collaborative proposals that are unique throughout the regions, that benefits local industries, promotes inclusive growth, and is anchored on the harmonized national R&D agenda. Across the nation, there are NICER centers with many more in the pipeline. Send in your applications and contribute to the development of your region. For more details, follow us on Facebook or shoot us an email. We'll help you find your niche.
Ang bansa na nagbibigay ng kahalagahan sa research ay matagumpay at mas produktibo na isang bansa.
We are hoping that we will be able to reach more far-flung areas in the country. We will be able to guide them along the way and help them spur the development in their respective regions.
we implement innovative technologies by interfacing with our partners in the aesthetic community, from the academe as well as the government, to create a synergy.
As researchers, we need other people's expertise to lift our research. So we always have to collaborate.
Sa ngayon ay nabibigyan po ng chance ang mga ordinaryong mamamayan tulad namin na magkaroon ng kaalaman sa pag-conduct ng research para po ma-improve pa po ang aming community.
Malaking role ang ginagampanan ng science and technology sa anumang aspeto ng ating pamumuhay, anuman yung ating estado sa buhay.
With this seminar, I'm sure na-increase yung kanilang motivation, nagkaroon ng dahilan ngayon para sila ay gumawa ng mga panibagong research.
We hope that after this, lalo pa po nating may involve ang mas marami pang tao na tumulong at gumawa ng mga researchers sa kanilang mga ahensya para po sa probinsya natin at sa ating mahal na bansa.
Even before the pandemic, the Philippines, like other developing nations, competed in the innovation race. Success is synonymous to the new and most innovative product, process, or service. For years, the country struggled with inadequate infrastructure for innovation and limited means to support innovators and scientists. Unequal access to support regional innovation projects. Most companies are not capacitated to create breakthrough products or services. Few partnerships between private companies and universities who can solve industry problems through R&D. Also, few R&D outputs from the academe are used by private companies. Did you know that in 2021, the Philippines ranked second place in the worldwide list of innovation overperformers? The Philippines improved its ranking from the 100th spot in 2014, shooting up to 50th place in 2020 and 51st place in 2021 in the Global Innovation Index. Our capacity and knowledge to strategize and use our resources are exemplary, so much so that our innovation capacity is recognized worldwide. The DOST Science for Change program, or S4CP, is one of the prime movers of R&D in the country. It eradicates the roadblocks to innovation and creates a sustainable system of innovation through equitable access to R&D funding in the regions. By building niche centers in the regions for R&D, or NICERs, with science experts set to support regional development. By supporting agriculture and aquaculture, like the Seaweed R&D Center in Tawi-Tawi, wherein the NICER program created a significant increase in the target indicators as compared here before and after the establishment of the NICER for seaweeds. And the Sea Cucumber NICER in Mindanao State University, Naawan, which provided a significant increase in the yield and income of the beneficiaries. NICERs also support industries, such as batteries and polymers. The Science for Change program also benefits indigenous community, like the Freshwater Fisheries NICER at the Isabela State University.
Through the existence of the freshwater fishery centers, I am now more confident on venturing aquaculture.
And the Beast Project with Urbanists. By planting in their own backyards, indigenous peoples and farmers alike do not need to enter forested protected areas to harvest medicinal plants in the future. S4CP enables fruitful partnerships with the academe and the industry by solving problems through research and development, by turning what was once waste to profit, like the Cradle project on reprocessed meat or lechon and the development of sausage generated from okara. The Cradle program turns income loss to income gain, like the UP Diliman project with Batangas Egg Producers Multipurpose Cooperative or BEPCO, which turned cracked undervalued eggs
into innovative, profitable products like egg powders. S4CP also turns companies better and more environment-friendly. S4CP has the ability to transform, change the things for the better, even in the remotest part of the country. The Science for Change program is science for the people. R&D can make change happen in the country and in the world. Support the Science for Change program.
The Department of Science and Technology, with its new project, the S&T Fellows Program, aims to boost the research and development capacity of DOST. To do that, we are hiring S&T Fellows with extensive experience in various fields. For more information, like us on Facebook and send us an email. Join us and be a part of making change happen.
New and exciting ways to innovate are cropping up all around, taking on adaptive measures and pioneer approaches in a collective response to society's most pressing needs. It's happening now. We decide what our new normal should be. So how do we harness this momentum for inclusive and lasting change? The first step is R&D. Businesses invest in research and development so they can continue to grow, enabling companies to become more competitive through new technologies, better processes, and innovative solutions. Under the Science for Change program, DOST promotes the culture of innovation, integrating R&D efforts to level the playing field and keep up with the demands of the times. S4CP introduces the Business Innovation through S&T for Industry program, giving companies financial assistance to acquire strategic and relevant technologies for their own R&D. BIST accepts multi-year project proposals, co-sharing 70% of the total project cost to be refunded on the third year of implementation at 0% interest. Send in your applications and be a game changer with R&D. For more details, follow us on Facebook or shoot us an email. We'll help you level up.
Ang agham at teknolohiya ay daan tungo sa pag-unlad ng bayan.
Susi sa pag-unlad ng ekonomiya, patungo sa magandang kinabukasan ng bawat isa.
Paglikha, paghahanap, at aplikasyon ng kaalaman para sa kaunlaran ng pangkalahatang pamumuhay.
Ay sinag ng pag-asa.
Ay importante sa pag-unlad ng ekonomiya ng isang bansa.
Ang game changer para sa new normal.
Ay susi sa kaunlaran.
Ay mapagpabago, napapanahon at tumutugon sa mga pangangailangan ng lipunan at patuloy nitong pag-unlad.
Ay sandigan ng buhay at ang maghahatid ng magandang kinabukasan.
Ay tulay at lakas tungo sa kaunlaran ng ating ekonomiya.
Susi sa kaunlaran. Ang siyang mangunguna sa pag-unlad ng Rehiyon 1.
Ay susi sa pag-unlad ng Mindanao
ay sandigan sa pag-unlad ng ating bansa.
Ay para mabago at umusbong ang buhay ng mga seaweed farmers.
Para sa mga pamilya na nakatira sa mga pamayanan na jida at walang kuryente.
Ay para rin sa pag-create ng mga livelihood para sa mga small farmers natin and IT communities.
Para sa ating mga kapatid na lumad dito sa Davao Region.
Ang agham at teknolohiya ay para sa bayan.
Ang agham at teknolohiya ay para sa pagbabago at pag-unlad ng bawat Pilipino.
Have you been thinking lately to apply as a Balik scientist? How long has it been in your plan to send your application? In the Balik Scientist program, we always make room for development. That's why we made the application process easier for you. We bring you the 5 easy steps to jumpstart your journey as a Balik scientist. First step, go to the Balik Scientist website. In the top rightmost header, click the Apply Now. Second step, fill up the online application registration form. Start from the type of engagement down to your specialization. Click Submit. Third step, a verification email will pop up on your screen. Then click Proceed. You will receive an email notification that your registration form has been submitted. This email will also lead you to your options. Option A is if you already have a host institution, or option B is if you need assistance in finding a host institution. You may then click on your option. Fourth step, if you don't have a host institution yet. Verify the details you have indicated and fill up the additional information needed. Once all details are correct, click Next. Upload all the necessary requirements. Once you're done, you can preview your application. If you are satisfied, click Submit. Fourth step, if you have a host institution. We suggest here that you do your application together with your host institution, as it is easier to complete all necessary information. At the end of the application, upload all the necessary documents requested from you. Once you're done, you can preview your application. If you are satisfied, click Submit. Fifth step, after you have completed the application form, you will be given a tracking number. Please use this to get updated on the status of your application. The Balik Scientist Program Secretariat will review your application, and you are now a step closer to becoming a Balik Scientist. In case you have any inquiries with regards to your application, you can always send us an email at bsp@dost.gov.ph. Like and follow our Facebook page at fb.com/balikscientist.
As we navigate through the dramatic shifts caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, we are called upon to become catalysts of change. We nurture innovation at its foundations, creating convergence and developing readily adaptable solutions where they are needed most. Together, shaping the new normal and beyond, we can make it happen. Through science and technology, DOST empowers private companies to adapt to an ever-changing economic landscape. As part of the Science for Change program, the collaborative R&D to leverage Philippine economy, or CRADLE, transforms the way we do business through Filipino-honed solutions. Academia and industry, bringing innovative ideas to life. Fostering collaboration in research and development The Cradle program offers a grant of up to 5 million pesos to collaborative R&D between local Filipino-owned companies and higher education or R&D institutions to address a present need while promoting the smooth transition of new technologies. We are looking for project proposals that are innovative, relevant, problem-focused, cost-competitive, cost-efficient, scientifically sound, and technically feasible.
Partner with us and take on the challenge. For more details, follow us on Facebook or shoot us an email. Turn ideas into reality with R&D.
afternoon, everyone. Whew! I hope you had a sumptuous lunch with this lunch with the videos playing. With that, we will now proceed to the exciting S4CP Awards. Yan. But before that, we will first watch a fun and quick video from some successful researchers in our country. We hope you like this.
I am Julius Marvin Flores. I am the current R&D manager of Iris Technology, which is a payment service company here in South Korea. What we do is we develop algorithms and research methodologies on how we can improve payment management system here in South Korea. And also I am a current balik scientist hosted by Jose Rizal Memorial State University. And our research interest is focused on pavement engineering and machine learning applications.
All right, Dr. Flores, welcome and let us do fast talk. First question, adaptation or mitigation?
Adaptation.
Urban or rural?
Rural.
Kung superhero ka, anong power ang gusto mo?
Super strength.
Super strength. Paboritong scientist?
Difficult question po. Actually, Maxwell for the payment part, ma'am.
Payment. Hashtag ng buhay mo ngayon?
Hashtag climb the food chain.
If babalik ka sa younger version of yourself, ano ang hindi mo nagawa noon na gusto mo sanang gawin ngayon?
Enjoy high school probably.
Career or love life?
Career?
3 words. Three words to describe yourself.
Funny, optimistic, and logical.
True love or world peace?
True love.
I'm with you, Doc Flores. One thing you are not good at.
Relationship.
Sir, how can you say you are a successful scientist?
I think for me, to be a successful scientist, if nakatulong sa community and apply na community yung research or yung study ko. Or namin.
What's the best decision you did as a scientist?
Being a balik scientist probably po.
Sir, bakit mo piniling maging isang scientist?
Because I want to explore and answer things that seems to be unanswerable po.
Mensahe mo, sir, sa mga aspiring scientists na gustong maging kagaya mo?
Probably you should reach your dream. If you want to do research, then do research, because you'll never know what you will be when you're in there already. So just aim for your dreams.
Complete the sentence, Dr. Julius Flores. I am Julius Flores and I am blank.
Proud balik scientist.
Thank you, sir.
Good day, everyone. My name is Mark Gino Aliperio. Currently a Science and Technology Fellow from the Philippine Nuclear Research Institute. And currently, I am assisting in implementing projects in nuclear science and technology, especially in reactor engineering.
Are you ready for your fast talk?
Yes, I'm ready.
Sir, konting energy. Are you ready for your fast talk?
Yes, I'm very much ready.
Alright, first question. Engineer Aliperio, sino ang paborito mong scientist?
I'll say Albert Einstein.
Favorite element sa periodic table?
Helium.
Showbiz crush?
Angel Oxide.
True love or world peace?
World peace.
Maganda o matalino?
Maganda.
Kung magiging president ka ng Pilipinas for a week, ano ang mga gagawin mo?
Include nuclear energy in the energy mix of the country.
You spent quite some time in South Korea. Anong culture and habits ang nakuha mo?
Be humble in everything.
On a scale of 1 to 10, gaano mo i-rate ang sarili mo bilang isang makabayang Pilipino?
I'll say 8.
Best thing about working as an S&T fellow in PNRI?
I really got to do projects that would uplift the quality of life of Filipinos.
All right, complete the sentence. When life gets hard, blank.
Padayon.
Oh. Bakit mo piniling maging scientist?
Wala, yun sabi ng parents ko eh. Yun yung gusto ng parents ko eh.
Okay. Mensahe mo na lang sa mga aspiring scientists na gustong maging kagaya mo.
Isipin na lang natin na yung ginagawa natin ay may patutunguhan, especially para sa ating mga kababayan din.
Okay, complete the sentence, Engineer Aliperio. I am Engineer Mark Gino Aliperio and I am blank.
I am Engineer Mark Gino Aliperio and I am proud to be an S&T Fellow.
Yeah, I'm Dr. Marvin Sinense from the Central Luzon State University. So I'm an RD lead to NUST. NUST is Nueva Ecija University for Science and Technology here in Nueva Ecija.
Thank you, Dr. Sinense. First question for our easy question. Leading or following?
Leading.
Kung isa kang lab equipment, ano ka?
Ano nga ba? Kahirap naman ng tanong mo. Sensor.
Kung ikaw ay hindi scientist, ano ka?
Farmer.
Oh, 3 words to describe yourself, Dr. Sinense.
Researcher, a teacher, and learner.
Paboritong scientist?
Scientist. The secretary.
Para kanino ka bumabangon?
Para sa ating mga farmers.
Sino ang iyong hinahangaan?
Yan. Showbiz showbiz.
Sige po.
Sige, John Lloyd.
Ano ang hashtag ng buhay mo?
Hashtag palaban.
True love or world peace?
World peace.
Kung isa kang element sa periodic table, ano ka?
Oxygen.
Oxygen. Okay, Doc. What's the best decision you did as a scientist?
I would like to serve. Kasi sa amin, as an agricultural and biosystems engineer, as a scientist, I doing research for our farmer.
What is your greatest accomplishment in life?
So far, I considered my achievement as a journey, and I'm continue working to improve the lives of our farmers.
Bakit mo piniling maging scientist, Dr. Sinense?
Yeah, I would like to help others.
Mensahe mo, Dr. Sinense, para sa mga aspiring scientists na gustong maging kagaya mo?
Yeah, as a scientist, hindi lang naman puro success yan, no? So, marami ka ring mga failures na mararanasan. And just continue on what you are doing. So, kung saan ka masaya, so tuloy mo lang yung mga ginagawa mo.
Complete the sentence, Doc. I am Dr. Marvin M. Sinense and I am blank.
I am Dr. Marvin M. Sinense and I am a researcher.
All right, Dr. Lucille Abad, are you ready for the fast talk?
Yes, very ready.
First question, Dr. Abad, spin-off or technology adoption?
Technology adoption.
Hydrogel or plant growth promoter?
Plant growth promoter.
Administrator or scientist?
Both. Pwede ba both?
Pwede, Doc. Philippines or abroad?
Philippines.
Kung hindi ka scientist, ano ka?
Mahirap ang question yan. Kung hindi ako scientist, negosyante na lang.
Businesswoman si Doc.
Businesswoman.
Nuclear energy or nuclear agriculture?
Nuclear agriculture.
Kung isa kang ulam, ano ka?
Lobo.
Complete the sentence, Dr. Abad. When life gets hard, blank.
Just pray.
Kung beauty queen ka, Doc, ano ang iyong advocacy?
Environmental protection.
If you could describe your R&D journey with a song, what would it be?
Let it be.
I like that, Doc. All right, Doc. Why is commercialization important to researchers?
It's important because researchers should not end up in publication only. That's too academic. But as our slogan would say from the Department of Science and Technology, science for the people. Therefore, it should reach somewhere that it will become really science for the people.
How important, Doc, is nuclear science and engineering in the Philippines?
Very much important, especially nowadays that we have an executive order of 164, known as what we call the nuclear energy as part of the energy mix here in the Philippines. Then we would need lots of engineers as well as nuclear technologies for that matter.
Okay, Doc, is being a woman a challenge in the field of nuclear?
Not here in the Philippines.
Why, Doc?
Well, if you look at the population here, the Philippine Nuclear Research Institute, since more or less we are the only institute having researches on nuclear science, it's practically a 50-50 chance. I mean, 50 women and 50 males. So, and believe it or not, because I am a senior staff, and among the senior staff, we are there are 7 of us. Only 2 are male, 5 of us are female.
That's good to hear, Doc.
Yeah, but for researchers, I think it's more or less 50-50 chances.
Okay, Doc, bakit mo piniling maging scientist?
Well, because it's very challenging, you know. Dahil it does not stop you from growing old in the sense that you have to think and think critically, not only doing things like some routine analysis. Kung chemist pa ako, since I'm a chemist, I could have done routine analysis. Just simply follow a certain formula, but it's not like that. Being a scientist is that you have to really think of certain inventions. Probably also you have to write papers for publication. So, di ba, interesting yun?
I agree with you, Dr. Abad. Mensahe mo na lang, Doc, para sa ating mga aspiring scientists na gustong maging kagaya mo.
Okay, as for the aspiring scientists, especially for students, because I think most of the professionals are already in their own scientific career. I would like entice you to become researchers, scientists as such, because here in the Philippines, I think the number one key for development is that we should improve in terms of technology. And the only way up is that you have to be a scientist.
Thank you, Doc. For my last question, complete the sentence, Doctor. Dr. Abad, I am Dr. Lucille Abad and I am blank.
I am Dr. Lisa Abad, and I am a scientist researcher.
Thank you, Doc. That ends our 15 questions. Fast Talk questions.
Magandang umaga sa lahat. Ako po si Doralyn Dalisay, isang balik scientist. At ngayon ay Director ng Center for Chemical Biology and Biotechnology of the University of San Agustin in Iloilo City.
First question. Kung isa kang element sa periodic table, ano ka?
Hydrogen.
Microbiology or chemistry?
Both.
By the book or by discarte?
By discarte.
Teaching or research?
Both.
Showbiz crush, Dr. Dalisay.
Ariel Rivera.
Ariel Rivera or Dr. Saludes?
Saludes.
Dr. Saludes. 3 words, Doc, to describe yourself. Kung hindi ka scientist, ano ka sa tingin mo?
Madre.
Okay, Doc. Nice to hear. If you could describe your R&D journey with a song, what would it be?
With a song, Easy on Me by Adele.
Okay, Doc. Greatest achievement in life?
Greatest achievement. I think every day in my life is an achievement for me. So, yung mga awards or that is just icing on the cake. So every day is an achievement because I am better version of myself than yesterday.
Nice, Doc. Next, Doc, what are the challenges you've experienced in putting up your own laboratory?
Challenges ko dito is to come up with a team who are competent.
Can you give stories on how your technology has impacted your life or career?
Yes. Dahil when we discover a new molecule, that molecule can serve as an inspiration for medicinal chemists to make it as a new drug or a drug lead for the treatment of different types of diseases, particularly infectious diseases.
Bakit mo piniling maging scientist?
Dahil may forever sa science.
Mensahe mo, Doc, sa mga aspiring scientists na gustong maging kagaya mo.
Embrace challenges, embrace failure, because that's how it is. Every day you need to make sure that you answer the questions that led to that mistakes or errors that you did in your experiment. Kaya okay lang na merong failures ka because that's how it is. The most important thing is how will you get up and move forward and then solve that problem or mistake.
Parang ako yung na-inspire doon, Doc. Last question natin, Doc. Complete the sentence. I am Dr. Doralyn Dalisay and I am blank.
And I am a Filipino scientist.
That's it, Doc. Those are our 15 questions for the Fast Talk. Very nice, Doc. Thank you.
Truly, we have a lot of inspiring personalities in the science, technology, and innovation community. So now, are you now ready for the S4CP Awards? Are we now ready? Can I see a hand? Are we now ready? All right. Now contain your excitement as we will witness a live intermission number from the DOST car. Let us give them a warm applause. Wow! Truly, the Filipino culture lives on through arts and science. Ayan po. So, to just make a clarification, they are from the Benguet State University. Again, round of applause, please. And now, for the moment we have all been waiting for, the DOST Science for Change Awards. The Science for Change Award is a 3D printed trophy from the Department of Science and Technology Advanced Manufacturing Center, a world-class hub for additive manufacturing and prototyping. Made of acrylonitrile styrene acrylate material, the trophy features a slender center, widening slightly at the top with 4 sections. This symbolizes its sub-programs, namely the Nicer, Cradle, Ardelid, and Beast. As the trophy skims down, its structure expands from 4 to 8 ridges, amalgamating into a circular base. This symbolizes S4CP's ability to be greater than its original purpose. The terracotta base of the design symbolizes the importance of soil in caring for nature. It highlights sustainability and the need for a foundation in supporting innovation for progress and productivity. Through 3D printing, art, function, and innovation are illustrated in a single token. The award recognizing the R&D projects that made a significant impact on the Filipino people. May we invite Yusek Guevara, Director sa Magaysay, RD Bantog, RD Ganal, RD Bilguera, RD Sikat, and Ms. Roslyn to our stage and to award our Science for Change projects. Now, let us all recognize the awardee of the Outstanding Niche Research and Development Center. The award is given to acknowledge NICers that have significantly contributed to regional development. This NICer has successfully converted conventional tricycle to electric tricycle. More so, the LGU of Tuguegarao signified to craft a local ordinance for a 30,000 subsidy for any interested tricycle drivers to convert. The production of an efficient and relatively low-cost e-trike will help the government to encourage people to shift to electric tricycles. The center will also produce cost-effective and energy-efficient e-trike parts, which will result in lesser carbon emission and lower fuel and maintenance costs. Aside from addressing air pollution, the center will create a new industry for e-trike in the region and will generate more jobs and income. Let us congratulate the NICer E-Mobility R&D Center at the Cagayan State University from Region 2. With its university president, Dr. Orduha Alvarado, the program leader, Dr. Arthur Ibanez, Dr. Flor Dumlao, and the P-Shirt project manager, Ms. Rachel Habana. To receive the award is Dr. Julius Capili, University Director for R&D and Regional Director DOST 2. Director Virginia Bilguera. Once again, congratulations, Dr. Alvarado, Sir Arthur, and Dr. Damlao of the NICER for E-Mobility R&D Center. Moving forward to the next awardee, this NICER has improved the quality and production of sour and sweet tamarind through S&T intervention. In its 2.5 years of implementation, the center now has 80 tamarind herbarium collection and 4,000 grafted tamarind seedlings. The center improved the tamarind pods quality, which passes the requirement of processing companies, and increased planting density per hectare by reducing tree height. These results reduce harvesting costs by at least half and increase productivity and income. It has increased the production area in Central Luzon by at least 70 hectares and trained 73 farmers on management and marketing strategies. A total of 13 farmers were also linked to retailers and processors. Let us congratulate the NICER Tamarind R&D Center at the Pampanga State Agriculture University from Region 3. With its OIC President, Dr. Anita David, Program Leader, Dr. Marie Grace Gatan, and PICARD Project Manager, Ms. Cecilia Alaban, and Dr. Alan Shano, and Regional Director, DOST 3, Director Julius Cesar Sikat. Thank you very much. Moving forward to the last part of our awarding and recognition. This recognition of business innovation in science and technology is given to the BIS partner, who is one of the many agencies that helps our government in identifying the means to diagnose, treat, and eventually control African swine fever in the country, the Bioassets Corporation. Let us all congratulate the Bioassets Corporations. May we call on Ms. Zane Bye-Bye to receive the recognition. Once again, congratulations to all our awardees! Moving forward to the last part of our program, we will now hear the support message from some of our key partners in the academic, government, and private sector. Let us now watch this video.
We face many challenges in a fast-changing world: political and economic instability, pandemics and climate change, and we need to harness technology to address these concerns and promote sustained growth in a safer, healthier, and more inclusive world. I am Susan Sumbeling, Regional Director of the National Economic and Development Authority in the Cordillera, and I affirm the importance of the DOST's Science for Change program to achieve our regional development goals of equitable growth, a resilient society, and a globally competitive economy for a matatag, maginhawa at panatag na buhay. This will be attained through accelerated technology, adoption, and innovation as advocated by the S4CP components of the NICER, CRADLE, RDLID, and BEAST programs. With the collaboration of the academe, research and development institutions, other agencies, and the private sector, we look forward to the continued successful implementation of the Science for Change program. Ang agham at teknolohiya ay para sa buong lipunan. The Science for Change program is science for the people. Support the Science for Change program. We at the National Economic and Development Authority, Cordillera Administrative Region, remain committed to advocating science, technology, and innovation in the Philippines through the Science for Change program of the DOST.
Good day to all. We are very happy with how the Science for Change program has been a game changer in the field of research and development. Indeed, this program has helped in accelerating science, technology, and innovation in the country. Here in Region 3, we are fortunate to have 3 approved R&D centers under NICER, namely the Tamarind R&D Center in PSAU, the Sweet Potato R&D Center at Tarlac Agricultural University, and Biomaterials for Diagnostics and Therapeutics R&D Center in Angeles University Foundation. These R&D centers cater the specific needs of the regions, including upgrading, developing, and acquisition of research equipment to undertake collaborative R&D activities. Numerous CRADLE projects were also approved in the region, which improved the products, processes, and services of small and medium enterprises through collaborative research and development projects with state universities and colleges, higher educational institutions in the region. Through the CRADLE program, the company's existing problems and pressing needs were addressed satisfactorily. Truly, the Science for Change program has paved the way to bring science closer to the people. We at DOST Region 3 would be delighted to continuously partner with all the stakeholders in order to bring the fruits of the Science for Change program to the people of Central Luzon. Maraming salamat po sa lahat ng bumubuo ng Science for Change program. Mabuhay po kayo.
The Department of Science and Technology Region 2 envisioned to become the lead science, technology, and innovation hub in Cagayan Valley. Hence, we are recognizing the significant roles and contributions of our local researchers from the academe and other supporting institutions. Their expertise plays a crucial part in producing evidence-based S&T interventions to address the gaps and challenges in the region and in the country. We are also acknowledging the significant roles of the R&D beneficiaries, the end users, the technology adopters. Without you, our R&D outputs under the Science for Change program will be useless. It will become meaningless. In Region 2, we are intensifying our efforts to create more innovations and researches under the Science for Change subcomponent programs, which include NICER, CRADLE, BIS, and RDLIN. With our stakeholders and S&T partners on the ground, we are able to establish several projects in Cagayan Valley under these programs. Some of these are smart water infrastructure management, establishment of e-trike R&D Center, development of freshwater fisheries center for Cagayan Valley, development of low-temperature dryer for specialty coffee in Nueva Vizcaya, and 5 other projects. We in the DOST Region 2 are looking forward to a more partnership and collaborations for a more vibrant R&D ecosystem in Cagayan Valley. Mabuhay po kayong lahat.
Good day to our distinguished guests, DOST Secretary Fortunato de la Peña, Undersecretary for Research and Development, Dr. Rowena Cristina Guevara, Undersecretary for Regional Operations, Engineer Sancho Maboran, my fellow regional directors, and other DOST officials present today, the researchers and academics. We from the Department of Science and Technology, Regional Office 1, has always been in constant coordination with the Office of the Undersecretary for Research and Development in the implementation and monitoring of the various programs of the agency. In recent years, the Science for Change program was launched. Through the program, Region 1 has established 2 niche centers in the region for R&D and engaged 3 RD leaders under the RD leadership program. These NICERs, garlic and other agri-food condiments R&D Center, and the Coastal Engineering and Management Research Center are both housed at the Mariano Marcos State University in the city of Batac, Ilocos Norte. On the other hand, the 3 RD leaders are deployed at the North Luzon Adventist College in Sison, Pangasinan, Ilocos Sur Polytechnic State College in Santa Maria, Ilocos Sur, and Don Mariano Marcos Memorial State University in Baguio. We extend our thanks and gratitude to these institutions as they continually promote science, technology, and innovation in the province, as well as continuing collaborative projects in the region. We from DOST Region 1 would like to express our support and commitment to working with our stakeholders, not only in the region, but with other institutions to promote STI and develop policies and solutions that will result to maximum economic and social benefits to the region and the country. Our ambitions for the Philippines as a science and research nation cannot be delivered by the government alone. I hope everyone here recognizes that they too have a role to play. Embracing collaboration in science and beyond is one of the small but many needed agents of change. Congratulations S4 City Management Team and to everyone who worked behind the success, not only of this event, but of the whole program. Thank you, and please stay safe and healthy.
The Isabela State University expresses its unwavering and continuous support for the niche centers in the regions for research and development program. The collaborative research and development to leverage Philippine economy for research and development institutions and industry program, and RD lead under the Science for Change program of the Department of Science and Technology, working collaboratively in advancing science, technology, and innovation in the country. The Department of Science and Technology and Isabela State University have had successfully established 2 NICER programs for the people of Cagayan Valley. The first was the Freshwater Fisheries Center, followed by Smart Water Infrastructure and Management Research Center. The center is reinforced by another Science for Change program, the RD Lead program led by Professor Glenn Tabios, retired UP professor, National Hydraulic Research and Development Center, College of Engineering. Moreover, under Cradle, the cassava industry has been given an innovative boost through the implementation of the Demeter's Eye, an embedded system for smart detection, recognition, and mapping of phytoplasma disease in cassava plants. The establishment of Science for Change programs at ISU is a testament of trust and confidence to ISU and its researchers. And we are indeed profoundly grateful to DOST under the leadership of Honorable Fortunato T. de la Peña, the DOST Secretary. Also, we express our sincere appreciation to Dr. Rowena L. Guevara, Undersecretary for Research and Development, and to Engineer Sancho A. Maborang, Undersecretary for Regional Operations, for their continuous support to ISU. Isang makaagham na araw po sa ating lahat.
I am Clarita Prudencio, the Executive Assistant to Governor Melchor D. Clas. Please allow me to read his message of support. Congratulations and thank you to DOST for organizing this summit. Today's summit for the Northern Luzon Cluster will be a success with the support and cooperation of everyone, especially the academic institutions and industries. Let us embrace the challenges of technology and continue to adapt the changes because science is for all of us. So all the efforts of the DOST, rest assured of the full support of the provincial government of Benguet in all your endeavors. We are aware that technology is a vital resource for development. Hence, we are with you. May our partnership continue to strengthen in this and other future programs. Salamat and mabuhay.
Once again, thank you so much to our key partners. Now, may I remind everyone to please look into your program paper and please look into the QR code and have them scan for the evaluation of this activity. So for our participants in the virtual platform, kindly look into the link that was already sent by the Secretariat. All right? Now, the DOST regional offices spearheaded scientific, technological, and innovative efforts and ensure that this result to maximum economic and social benefits for the people in the region. To close this event and inspire us with a summary of this S4CP North Luzon Cluster, may we please welcome again Regional Director Nancy Bantog.
Thank you, Torsh. A pleasant afternoon to all of us, to Secretary Fortunato T. de la Peña, Undersecretary for Regional Operations, Engineer Maborang, Undersecretary for Research and Development, who is still with us today, Ma'am Rowena Cristina Guevara, DOST Northern Luzon Regional Directors, R.D. Ganal, R.D. Bilguera, and R.D. Sikat, Executive Director of DOST and RCP, Dr. Marietta Sumagaysay, all our researchers, scientists, and engineers, partners from the academic institutions, national government agencies, local government units, business industries, entrepreneurs, and friends from the media, to those who are physically present and virtually attending this activity, gawis ay masdem tako amin. Today, we are very fortunate to have been provided with full of information regarding the Science for Change program of the Department of Science and Technology, a holistic and inclusive strategy to solve the major problems on STI, namely low R&D investment by the industries, disparity among the regions, weak industry-academic collaboration, and we may also add weak science culture even among researchers in the country. It was indeed inspiring to hear the testimonials of our partner stakeholders involved in the various projects under the Science for Change program. 10 presented in the 4 components of the S4CP a while ago, the NICER, RD Lead, Cradle, and BEAST. All the more that we have to be more engaged and to sustain the gains all of us have achieved this far. From the standpoint of the DOST regional offices, we are indeed very glad because we are now able to fortify the science, technology, and innovation, or STI, value chain of our MSMEs and industries by implementing side-by-side the technology transfer program, which is our setup with the S4CP or the Science for Change program. The BEAST is a game changer, and it's a challenge to all the regions for Northern Luzon, as mentioned by Yusek Guevara, that wala pa kaming BEAST dito sa Northern Luzon. The NICER and Cradle program have likewise been instrumental in augmenting the research and development capacities of many higher education institutions in the regions and in providing local companies with the latest SNT innovations. These projects not merely facilitated wealth creation in the regions, but continued to create efforts in attaining environmental and food security and improving the health and well-being of the people. The bottom line, though, is human resource capacitation and investment in research and development. With this, the DOST continues to support strengthening the country's STI human resource capital, and this is the reason for the RD Lead, simultaneous with the Balik Scientist Program, and the earlier mentioned SNT Fellow Program, which all intend to further strengthen the research capacity of the academic institutions and also the R&D institutions all over the country. Sabi ng isang speaker natin kanina, nare-reject ang proposal. Kung ayaw niyong ma-reject ang proposal, mag-RD Lead, magbalik scientist, and all other programs of the agency. Indeed, the S4CP has changed the country in many ways. Through S4CP, science is being utilized to build and have a healthy society, modernized agriculture and fishery, competitive industries, strengthened national resiliency, improved governance, and eventually attain and sustain academic development through STI policies. To our researchers, scientists, and engineers, and industry partners, congratulations. May this opportunity encourage you more to venture into research, at the same time inspire others into this endeavor to continue to make positive changes in our society through science, technology, and innovation. It is also important to sustain the R&D initiatives and undertakings with the stakeholders in the regions. Lastly, with the recently concluded election, we have chosen the leaders of our nation. We hope that together with them, We will continue and expand the scientific and technological efforts in the regions and also in our country to achieve inclusive and sustainable growth and development. Let us again start or continue to win the hearts of our leaders for science, technology, and innovation. Science for change, a science for the people. Thank you very much and good day to all of us.
Truly, we share the vision of regional development, industrial competitiveness, industry-academic collaboration, R&D capacity building, and business innovation through SNT, especially for the North Luzon cluster. At this point, may we have a quick request po sa ating lahat. Pwede po ang mga participants at the back to please stand. Maybe dito po the first rows may remain seated, and then the remaining tables at the back, may we ask the participants to please stand. We will shout, we will do a shout. Yan. We will say something, or we will say the theme. We will be shouting the theme of this event, and our, ayan, movie-video po ito. So may we request our participants at the back to please stand para makuha po tayong lahat. Ayan, so ito po yung ating isisigaw. Ayan, so nakikita ba natin? Alright, so let's have a practice muna, no? So in my count, we're going to shout, Science for Change is science for the people. Support the Science for Change program. Alright? Okay, practice. Ready? 1, 2, 3, go!
Science for
Very good. Ayan. So, we'll do it final na po. Okay? So, bababa na rin po ako. Okay. In my count, ready? 1, 2, 3, go!
Science for Change, science for the people. Support the Science for Change program.
Alright, palakpakan po natin ang ating mga sarili. Before this meaningful event comes to an end, we are going to show you what has transpired in today's summit. Please watch this same day edit.
It is with great pride that I welcome everyone in today's event, the Science for Change Program Summit, or S4CP Summit, with the theme, Science for Change is Science for the People.
The Science for Change program of the Department of Science and Technology has the support of accelerating countries of development to government, academic, industry collaboration, and by bringing science, technology, and innovation closer to every Filipino.
Today is the second of the series of Science for Change program summits that we are conducting. Not only to showcase what we have done in the past 4.5 years, but more to thank our partners. And thank you very much everyone for being here with us today.
In closing, it is my ardent hope that we continue to support these programs and sustain the momentum in creating positive change in our country through science, technology, and innovation.
We believe that R&D will continue making positive change happen. Maraming salamat at muli. Magandang po.
There you have it. Once again, this has been your host, Portia, leaving you with the idea that science for change is science for the people. Thank you, and we hope to see you at the Mindanao Cluster.